Chapter 2202. Zhao Meishue was bleeding profusely from the punch. She bit her lips tightly and didn't make a sound. At that moment, the sound of a key turning in the door lock was heard. Soon after, Nangong Chuan, who was holding a briefcase, quickly walked in. He glanced over and saw Zhao Meishue, whose face was covered in blood after being beaten by a man. He was instantly enraged and quickly rushed over. "Miyuki, how are you? Are you okay?" His heart ached. He raised his head and looked at Nangong Yuni in anger. "Nangong Yuni, I didn't expect you to be so bold. You dared to find someone to beat up your mother. I'm going to call the police to arrest you. From now on, I, Nangong Chuan, don't have a son like you." When Nangong Chuan said this, no one stopped him. They only listened quietly. However, the old man's face was filled with disappointment. He was already thoroughly disappointed with this son of his. "If you weren't Nangong's father, I wouldn't have been polite to you." Hong Wan clenched her fists tightly. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent. He found someone to beat up his mother. "You still have the ability to not be polite to me?" Nangong Chuan sneered and helped Zhao Meishue up from the ground. He felt Zhao Meishue's trembling body. He thought that she had suffered a great shock. His heart instantly ached again. Ever since Miyuki married him, she hadn't enjoyed a single good day. When she was in the old mansion, she had to watch her father's face. When she moved out of the old mansion, this group of people still came to bully her. Did they really think that he, Nangong Chuan, wouldn't be angry? "Nangong Chuan," the old man sneered. "Who would blame their own son so indiscriminately? You haven't even asked clearly and you think that he's in the wrong. Is there a father like you? Dad, don't speak up for this little bastard. He brought people to our door and even caused Miyuki to suffer such serious injuries. I won't let him off so easily today." Nangong Chuan was so angry that he wanted to beat up Nangong Yuni. However, the old man stood in front of him. "If you dare to touch Yuni, you'll have to touch this old man first." At this moment, the old man's face was filled with anger. His clenched fists were trembling slightly. "Dad!" Nangong Chuan shouted in disbelief, "This bastard has already done such a thing, and you still want to protect him?" The old man smiled coldly. "If Yuni really hit her, then she deserved it. All these years, she's cheated on you so many times. Even the daughter you've doted on for so many years isn't your own. Now, you're having an affair with your lover in the villa that my Nangong family bought with money. She even schemed for the assets of our Nangong family. Do you think she deserves a beating?" Zhao Meishue's body trembled even more violently. She didn't even dare to say a word. She kept her head lowered, hiding the despair in her eyes. "Dad, what are you saying?" Nangong Chuan was rather angry. "Miyuki isn't such a person. Initially, when I approached her, she thought that I was poor and didn't know that I was the CEO of the Nangong family. How could such a beautiful woman like her scheme against my property? This doesn't seem like Nangong Yuni's mother. Didn't she marry me for my identity?" "Pa!" The old man was so angry that he slapped Nangong Chuan's face. Tears streamed down his old face. "Ling Er is my comrade's daughter. Back then, that comrade owed me a favor. He wanted to repay me in other ways. It was me. It was me who was so stupid that I actually asked for his daughter to be my daughter-in-law." Chapter 2203. Actually, in the beginning, they were unwilling. "However, I really liked that girl, so I shamelessly asked for this marriage for you. But you made me feel ashamed to face my comrades. You also made me feel ashamed to face that girl after I die." Tears streamed down Master Nangong's face as his entire body trembled in anger. "If I had known that you were such an animal, I would never have married that girl to you." Before Zhao Meishue appeared, Nangong Chuan had been a good son. He was obedient and sensible. When he had suggested for Nangong Chuan to marry that girl, he had agreed. He had thought that Nangong Chuan would treat that girl well. Who knew that he would let her down after Zhao Meishue appeared? If Zhao Meishue had been a good woman, perhaps he would not have been so resistant. Unfortunately, he had seen through Zhao Meishue's nature from the beginning. Unfortunately, his son did not believe him. How could he accept this? You don't believe us, do you? Fine, I'll give you the recording pen. Master Nangong stretched out his trembling hands and threw the recording pen to Nangong Chuan. Nangong Chuan's eyes flashed with suspicion. In the end, he could not resist his curiosity and pressed the button. In an instant, the woman's familiar voice echoed in the empty villa. I miss you. Also, that damned old man isn't dead. A young lady named Yun Luofeng saved him. I want you to help me create another accident. This time, I don't believe that he won't die. I don't care, you must help me. Even if it's not for me, it's for our daughter. Could you bear to see her being bullied by that brat Nangong Yuni in the Nangong family? As long as the old man is dead, I will deal with Nangong Chuan. So what? I only want the Nangong family's wealth. What happens to others has nothing to do with me. Besides, the person I love has always been you. If it wasn't for the Nangong family, why would I have chosen to marry Nangong Chuan? After all, you are the only man I have ever loved. Isn't what's mine yours? Nangong Chuan and Zhao Meishue had shared a bed for many years. How could he not recognize her voice? He gripped the recording pen in his hand tightly. His eyes were bloodshot as he raised his head and stared coldly at Zhao Meishue. Are you telling the truth? You're marrying me just for the Nangong family's wealth? He couldn't believe that the person who slept with him could be so vicious. Zhao Meishue's lips were deathly pale. She took 2 steps forward and tried to hold Nangong Chuan's hand, but Nangong Chuan flung her away. Don't touch me with your dirty hands. No, hubby, listen to my explanation. Zhao Meishue's face was full of panic, and her tears fell silently. Nangong Chuan took a deep breath and suppressed the pain in his chest. All right, I'll give you a chance to explain. Facing all of this, Nangong Yuni could only sneer mockingly from the side. Just now, Nangong Chuan had accused him indiscriminately. Now that the evidence was conclusive, he still wanted to deceive himself and give Zhao Meishue a chance to explain herself. These two people really loved each other. And they were the villains who tore apart this pair of true love. Hong Wan couldn't stand it anymore. She kindly reminded him, it's already a fact that your daughter isn't your biological daughter. There's no use in your explanation. We can do a blood test. Darling, Nangong Yuni hugged Hong Wan's waist and smiled. There's no blood test now, only a paternity test. Chapter 2204. Zhao Meishue's body gradually collapsed. Nangong Yuni was right, there was still a DNA test. How could she deny it? A DNA test would be able to prove that Nangong Lan was not her daughter. Hubby, I know I was wrong, Zhao Meishue tugged at Nangong Chuan's sleeve and cried, I was blinded by greed, that's why I made a mistake. I really love you, you must believe me. Nangong Chuan's face turned from green to white, then from white to green. He clenched his fists tightly. You mean, these things are all true? You made me a cuckold and the one I've doted on for more than 10 years isn't my daughter? Hubby, please forgive me, I know I was wrong. Zhao Meishue hugged Nangong Chuan's thigh tightly. Just give me one more chance, I will definitely not make a mistake again. Bitch. Nangong Chuan grabbed Zhao Meishue's hair and slammed her head against the wall. I've treated you well, I even forced my wife to death for you. How dare you make me a cuckold, I'm going to kill you, you bitch. At that moment, Nangong Chuan's eyes were bloodshot as he angrily slammed Zhao Meishue's head. Zhao Meishue's head was soon bleeding and blood flowed all over the floor. Enough. Seeing Nangong Chuan's actions, Master Nangong bellowed angrily, do you really want to kill her? If you kill her, you'll be shot yourself. Divorce her immediately and hand her over to the police. Let the police handle her for murder. She can forget about leaving prison for the rest of her life. This was attempted murder. If he found someone to say a few words, it would be normal for him to be sentenced to life imprisonment. Nangong Chuan's body went limp and he collapsed to the floor. He clutched his head in pain. What had he done all these years? Ah! Suddenly, a shrill scream came from downstairs. By the time everyone reacted, Nangong Lan had already rushed up. When she saw Zhao Meishue lying in a pool of blood, her eyes were filled with anger. Dad, why is Mom so heavily injured? Who hurt her? I hurt her. Nangong Chuan clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were still bloodshot and filled with anger. Daddy! Nangong Lan screamed in disbelief. Why did you hurt Mother? Why did you do this? You heartless. Pa! Before she could finish her sentence, Nangong Chuan slapped her across the face. Nangong Lan opened her eyes wide in shock. All these years, her father had never lifted a finger, and now he actually hit her? Could it be that he had a mistress and abandoned them? You dare to scold me? Your mother is the real bitch. She made me a cuckold. Nangong Chuan's eyes were bloodshot. His gaze slowly turned towards the man beside him. This man is your real father. Don't call me that in the future, I find it disgusting. When Nangong Chuan heard the recording, he already knew that the naked man in front of him was Zhao Meishue's adulterer. He was Nangong Lan's real father. Sure enough, after hearing this, Nangong Lan's eyes immediately widened. What did you say? That's impossible. I'm the daughter of the Nangong family. I'm not the daughter of this wild man. This is your mother admitting it herself. You're her bastard child after she had an affair. Nangong Chuan gritted his teeth and his knuckles cracked. He used all his strength to control himself from throwing a punch at Nangong Lan. Chapter 2205. Nangong Lan felt as if she had stepped on the sky. She staggered and fell to the ground with a bang. Her face was deathly pale. She wasn't her father's daughter? She was just a product of an affair? No. Ah. Nangong Lan went completely crazy. She rushed towards Zhao Meishue, who was also paralyzed on the ground. Tell me that none of this is true. I am the eldest daughter of the Nangong family. I am not a bastard. Zhao Meishue's throat was choked. She knew that everything was over. Tell me that Nangong Chuan is my father. Hurry. Faced with Nangong Lan's heart-wrenching scream, Zhao Meishue closed her eyes helplessly. Her face was covered with tears. Nangong Lan staggered again. She let go of Zhao Meishue. She laughed and said in a despairing tone, I don't have a mother like you anymore. She glared at Zhao Meishue fiercely and turned to leave the villa. Before she left, she glanced at Nangong Yuni and Hong Wan. Wait! Nangong Yuni shouted coldly. Nangong Lan stopped in her tracks. She choked and said, What else do you want? Now that the Nangong family has been snatched away by you, are you still not satisfied? Firstly, I am the rightful successor of the Nangong family. What do you mean by snatched away by me? Secondly, you also participated in the plot to kill grandfather. What? At this moment, everyone's eyes turned to Nangong Yuni. Even the old man was in disbelief. It was understandable that Zhao Meishue wanted to harm him. However, even though he was biased towards Nangong Yuni, he had never mistreated Nangong Lan. After all, she was part of the Nangong family's bloodline. Furthermore, based on the situation just now, Nangong Lan didn't know that she was an illegitimate daughter. If that was the case, why did she want to harm him? The recording just now was only part of it. There was another part before that. Nangong Yuni laughed coldly and rewound the recording. Two voices could be heard in the empty villa. Mom, why is that old thing not dead yet? Did the people you sent not hit him hard enough? Logically speaking, such heavy injuries shouldn't be able to heal. Who is that Yun Luofeng? How did you manage to save the heavily injured old man? I know Yun Luofeng. She's also a rather famous student of Huaxia University. It's said that she also went missing in the explosion 5 years ago. I didn't expect her to come back with Nangong Yuni. There was more conversation after that, but no one was in the mood to listen to it. Their faces were ugly, and the entire villa was silent. Nangong Lan's body began to tremble, and her face became even paler. She widened her beautiful eyes in fear as she looked at Nangong Yuni. Bitch! Nangong Chuan was the first to regain his senses. With a roar, he charged in front of Nangong Lan and slapped her face, causing her to fall to the ground. Blood trickled down from the corner of her mouth, and her head was buzzing. She could not come back to her senses at all. How could this be? How could Nangong Yuni have a recording of her conversation with Nyangqin? Impossible, this is impossible. Suddenly, Nangong Lan crawled up as if she had gone mad. She screamed and pounced towards Nangong Yuni. It must be you. Nangong Yuni, you must have snuck the recording pen into the villa. I want you to die a horrible death. Bang! Unfortunately, before she could reach Nangong Yuni, she was sent flying by a kick from Nangong Yuni. Her body rolled on the ground a few times before stopping, but she no longer had the strength to get up. Chapter 2206. Yuni, call the police. After saying this, the old man closed his eyes. Even Nangong Chuan didn't stop him. Nangong Yuni looked at Zhao Meishue and her daughter, who were paralyzed on the ground, and dialed the police number without hesitation. Then, he walked out with Hong Wan. Yun Luofeng was still waiting for them. From afar, Nangong Yuni could see the man and woman standing under the tree. The two of them were as beautiful as a painting, quiet and distant, completely out of place in this noisy environment. Yun Luofeng. He stopped in his tracks and looked at the woman in front of him. A trace of absent-mindedness flashed in his eyes. If it wasn't for Yun Luofeng, perhaps, he wouldn't have been able to take down Zhao Meishue and her daughter so easily. Let's go. Yun Luofeng shrugged, a smile on his lips. Yun Xiao stood by her side, his gaze on the woman. In the entire world, she was the only one there. All right, I've already found out where Shuedong's pharmacy is. Nangong Yuni raised his eyebrows, as if thinking of an old friend. A trace of a smile appeared in his handsome eyes. Shui family's pharmacy. A bookworm wearing square glasses was sitting behind the counter in boredom. The entire pharmacy seemed very quiet and desolate. No one had stepped in the entire day. The bookworm sighed and raised his head to look at the quiet pharmacy with a bitter smile on his face. The competition is too intense now. It seems like this pharmacy won't be able to continue. Just as the bookworm finished speaking, he suddenly saw someone walk in. He hurriedly stood up to welcome them. What medicinal herbs are you looking to buy? What? It's been 5 years. Bookworm, don't you recognize us? The familiar voice made the bookworm raise his head in surprise. When he saw the familiar face in front of him, he suddenly froze. You are Nangong Yuni? Not just me, there's also Yun Luofeng. Nangong Yuni laughed heartily and said. Although they weren't classmates with the bookworm, they were still friends. Back then, before they left, they had many meals together. Although their relationship wasn't iron, it was still worth befriending. Bookworm rubbed his eyes and a look of surprise flashed across his gentle face. He looked at the beautiful woman beside him and said with a trembling voice, You didn't die? That's for sure. Right, let me introduce you. This is my wife, Hong Wan. The other is Yun Luofeng's husband, Yun Xiao. The bookworm was even more shocked. The two of them had disappeared for 5 years. Who would have thought that they would find a partner when they came back? Nangong, you talk to him first. Yun Xiao and I will take a break first. Yun Luofeng minded her own business and poured a cup of tea for herself and Yun Xiao, then casually sat down. She had already explained the following matters to Nangong Yuni, so Nangong Yuni should know how to handle it. Shuedong, how have you been these past few years? Nangong Yuni hooked his arm around Shuedong's shoulder and asked. Shuedong smiled bitterly. After graduation, I listened to my father and inherited the pharmacy. But now there are too many pharmacies, and the pressure of competition is too great. I can't make ends meet. By the way, what happened to you back then? Isn't he dead? Have you seen our bodies? Nangong Yuni rolled his eyes. Yes, he was dead. But his body had also disappeared. So, now that he had appeared, he couldn't possibly admit to this problem. This time, Yun Luofeng and I came to help you. Nangong Yuni curled his lips and smiled handsomely. Chapter 2207. Help me? Xue Dong was dumbfounded. How were they going to help him? Yun Luofeng has some special herbs. If you take them out, how long will it take for you to become number one in China? What? Xue Dong didn't understand what this meant. For example, there's a medicine that can increase a person's strength. A weak person can instantly become 100 times stronger. For example, if you catch a cold, a stock of medicine can immediately cure you without any side effects. Also, if you're stabbed, as long as you're breathing, you can be saved. Yun Luofeng's medicine seemed to have this effect. Oh, right, there were many that helped people cultivate. Unfortunately, there were no cultivators in China, so those medicine were naturally useless. As for what Xue Dong said, he could have as many as he wanted. Boom! Xue Dong's head was about to explode. Was there really such a magical medicine in the world? Why hadn't he heard of it before? If there really is such a medicine, I reckon it can become number one in China in less than 10 years. 10 years? Yun Luofeng slowly stood up from the chair. That's too long. I can't wait that long. 1 year. In 1 year, I want this pharmacy to become number one in China. Xue Dong was conflicted. 1 year was too short. He didn't have much confidence. Moreover, this kind of magical medicine definitely needed to be appraised before it could be sold. Just this alone would take a month. Thinking of this, Xue Dong spoke his mind. Certificate? That's no problem. I'll get my grandfather to help me get it. The country doesn't have to worry about it. With Nangong Yuni's guarantee, Xue Dong heaved a sigh of relief. I'll try. Okay. Yun Luofeng curled his lips. Change the pharmacy's name to Miracle Doctor Pharmacy. We only sell Chinese medicine, not Western medicine. In reality, Yun Luofeng had no feelings for Western medicine. She felt that with China's 5,000 years of history and the ancient Huatua, how could Western medicine compare to Chinese medicine? Unfortunately, Chinese medicine had declined. Nowadays, there were too few people who could truly learn Chinese medicine. That was why Chinese medicine couldn't compare to Western medicine. Therefore, when Yun Luofeng was in Huaxia University, his course was Chinese medicine. Also, you'll be the manager of this pharmacy. My teacher, Fu Rui, was once a Chinese medicine professor at China University. Hire him to manage the pharmacy. Both of your salaries will be 10% of the pharmacy's shares. Xue Dong hurriedly nodded. He had heard of Fu Rui's name when he was in university. Unfortunately, it was exposed that he had forced a female student to leave the university. However, his medical skills were very high. Later, Nangong will bring the herbs to be appraised. Once we have the certificate, the pharmacy will immediately open for business. A cold light flashed across Yun Luofeng's eyes. There was another reason why she used this method to earn money, and that was because her so-called uncle opened a pharmaceutical company. He even cooperated with several major hospitals. Then today, she would make sure that his company could not continue to operate. She wanted him to pay back what he owed her. A year passed in a flash. During this year, Yun Luofeng didn't just stay in Huaxia. She would occasionally return to the 7 continents to stay for a while. Ever since she found out about the passage between the 2 continents, she could come and go as she pleased. Of course, there was a specific reason why she wanted to open the passage. That was, only someone who was a true god could open the passage. Chapter 2208. Yin Medicine Factory. In a luxurious office, Yun Tianqi slammed the documents in his hand on the desk and looked at the person standing in front of him with an ashen face. Why is the performance so bad this year? It's not even 1/10 of the previous years. President, a place called the Miracle Doctor Medicine Hall has appeared recently. Many people are going there because of its reputation. Even those with minor colds don't go to the hospital anymore. However, our medicine company only works with the hospital. Now that the hospital is not doing well, our performance has declined. The marketing department head is a middle-aged woman wearing a pair of black glasses. She rubbed her eyes and said seriously. In the past year, Yun Tianqi had hired a mistress and kept it a secret from his wife. Why would he care about the company's affairs? Miracle Doctor Medicine Hall? Yun Tianqi sneered. I can tell that it's a deceptive pharmacy. There are actually people who believe it. Where did the miracle doctor come from? I'm going to expose the true face of the Miracle Doctor Medicine Hall now. Yun Tianqi stood up angrily and walked out of the office quickly. Miracle Doctor Medicine Hall. Ever since the business license was issued a year ago, the medicine hall was deserted for a period of time. After all, no one believed in the name of the miracle doctor. However, it just so happened that Elder Nangong's old comrade's grandson was injured by a gunshot. It was extremely dangerous. Elder Nangong remembered the existence of the godly Doctor Medicine Hall and hurriedly came to ask for a spirit medicine to save his comrade's life. The operation to remove the bullet was dangerous and could easily cost the life. However, because of the existence of the spiritual medicine, the grandson of the old comrade survived unscathed. Since then, the Miracle Doctor Medicine Hall became famous everywhere. In addition, the spiritual medicine that could strengthen one's body was sought after by thousands of people. However, not long after, some of the powerful spiritual medicine that could strengthen one's body was no longer sold. The reason was that Yun Luofeng had provided those spiritual medicine to the country. When Yun Luofeng transmigrated to the Roaring Dragon continent, she did not care about the continent at all. That was because she did not have any sense of belonging to the continent. However, China was different. This was the place where she was born and raised. It was obvious that her feelings for China were not ordinary. If they had those elixirs, China's army would become even stronger, and foreign enemies would no longer be able to invade. Elder Nangong was very grateful for Yun Luofeng's actions, and the country's leaders were even more excited. In addition, Elder Nangong mentioned Yun Luofeng's strength, so the country's leaders directly gave her the title of Major General. If Huaxia had such a powerhouse, why would it not grow stronger? It was also because of the strong support from the country that the Miracle Doctor Medicine Hall could develop so quickly. There were even some international friends who came because of its fame. At this moment, outside the medicine hall, the people who came to seek medical advice had formed a long line. No one argued, they were all waiting quietly. From afar, Yun Tianqi saw the long line of people. He frowned and wanted to cut through the line. Why did you cut the queue? His behavior angered an old man. The old man looked at him angrily and said, Can't you see that we're all lining up here? If you want to ask for medicine, hurry up and line up at the back. Don't disturb us. Yun Tianqi's expression changed. Sir, just by hearing the name of this medicine hall, I can tell that it's a scam. So many of you are willing to be scammed? The old man looked at Yun Tianqi disdainfully. Young man, have you seen the news? This medicine hall is very famous. It can even cure cancer patients. The country's leaders are especially fond of it. It can even cure cancer? What a joke. Yun Tianqi smiled mockingly. Sir, you must have been scammed. I'm sure that this medicine hall is a scam. Chapter 2209. He originally thought that the people around him would definitely feel curious and ask him about it. At that time, he could casually make up some scandalous information to make everyone suspicious. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, the strong man next to him pushed him hard and said angrily, Get out of here if you don't want to see a doctor. Don't waste our time. That's right. How dare you frame the immortal medicine hall when you don't even know the situation? Just go back and watch the news. I think I've seen this guy before. By the way, I remember now. He's the president of the Yun Medical Company. I heard that the Yun Medical Company's benefits have been declining recently. Could it be that the president deliberately framed us to gain benefits? Ha ha ha. One of the onlookers recognized Yun Tianqi and immediately mocked him. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Yun Tianqi's face, which made him feel like his face was on fire. I can't believe he's the president of the Yun family. I remember that I took the Yun family's medicine from the hospital at that time. Not only did I not get better, but it also caused inflammation. It's useless to complain. The Yun family's medicine is rubbish. I'll never use the medicine made by the Yun family again. I don't want to die from it. Their words made Yun Tianqi's face even more unsightly. He desperately pushed the people in front of him away and quickly fled not far away. When he returned to the Yun family, he immediately called for a meeting and asked all the senior executives to attend. At the moment, Yun Tianqi was a little angry in the meeting room. He swept the crowd with his sharp eyes and shouted angrily, "Why didn't anyone tell me that such a big thing happened to the Yun family? If it weren't for the year-end audit, he wouldn't have known that the Yun family's performance this year was so bad." The senior executives looked at each other. They had told Yun Tianqi, but he had been obsessed with a woman for the past year and had sex with her every day. How could he care about the Yun family's affairs? Moreover, Yun Tianqi had thought that the Yun family could enjoy life without any worries now that it had developed so much. He had never thought that someone would be able to push the Yun family down. A middle-aged man walked out and said, "President, I think our top priority now is to restore our reputation." Yun Tianqi fell silent. He was able to develop the Yun family to where it was today because of the wealth left behind by Yun Luofeng's parents and the strength of Li Tsue's family. More importantly, he was not stupid. If he hadn't been addicted to beauty, he wouldn't have allowed others to take advantage of the opportunity to destroy the Yun family. Actually, this medicinal hall has a very high reputation. However, it has only been developed for a year. It can't be compared to the financial resources of our Yun family. The middle-aged man smiled. "So, I suggest that you buy the Miracle Doctor's medicinal hall." Yun Tianqi's eyes darkened. "What is the identity of the boss of the Miracle Doctor Pharmacy?" "I've already looked into this. The boss is just a student who graduated from a Chinese university. His family is very ordinary, and his ancestors opened a pharmacy. As for the doctor in charge of the pharmacy, he is the famous Professor Fu Ru." "Professor Fu Ru?" Yun Tianqi's lips curled into a sneer. Back then, when he chased Yun Luofeng away to an orphanage, it was this old man who took her in. Don't be in a hurry to buy it. Go spread the news that the doctor in the pharmacy was suspected of raping a female student. With such an immoral doctor, will the pharmacy still have any reputation to speak of? At that time, he would act as a savior and buy the pharmacy. The boss of the pharmacy would definitely be very grateful to him. Chapter 22:10. Yes, CEO. Soon, the meeting ended. Everyone went back to their own duties. No one talked about the contents of the meeting anymore. However, a few days later, a piece of news instantly spread across the headlines of various newspapers. Professor Fu Ru of Huaxia University is suspected of sexually abusing a female student and has been expelled from the university. He is now the chief physician of the Miracle Doctor's Medicine Hall. Is the character of such a doctor reliable? Can you still buy medicine from the medicine hall without worry? Once the news was reported, it spread by word of mouth. Hence, the already bustling Miracle Doctor's Medicine Hall suddenly became even more crowded. Countless reporters surrounded the entrance, blocking the road tightly. At this moment, in the medicine hall, Xue Dong was sweating profusely. If it wasn't for a few people working in the medicine hall blocking them, the group of reporters would have already rushed in. Even so, Xue Dong still heard the sharp voices of the reporters in the medicine hall. "Boss Xue, why did your medicine hall hire such a person with no medical ethics to be the chief physician? I seriously suspect that there's a problem with the quality of the medicinal herbs in your medicine hall. Someone who even dares to sexually abuse a student, how can he be a good chief physician? Please give us an explanation, and also give the people an explanation." In the medicine hall, Fu Ru's lips kept trembling. He wanted to stand up and leave several times, but he was firmly held down by Shui Dong. "Teacher, you mustn't go. These people are waiting for you to go out. Sit here for now. I've already called Yun Luofeng. She'll think of a way." In the past year, the medicinal hall had experienced countless storms, but he had managed to walk through all of them safely. But now, such a serious problem had occurred, and he was no longer able to control the situation. He had no choice but to find Yun Luofeng. "Excuse me." At this moment, a young voice suddenly came from outside the crowd. Perhaps the voice was very childish, but it made the reporters turn their heads in surprise. Behind the crowd, two little children who looked like they were carved from jade walked over hand in hand. These two children were very beautiful, so beautiful that it made people forget about the problems in an instant. Seeing that the two little fellows were about to enter the medicine hall, a reporter quickly stopped them. "Don't you know that there's a problem with this medicine hall?" Yun Yanfeng looked up at the female reporter and said expressionlessly, "What does it have to do with you that I want to go in?" "You." The female reporter was so angry that her face was ashen. This little guy was so beautiful, but he had no manners. She immediately gritted her teeth. "I have good intentions, but you are so rude. Let me tell you, the medicine in this pharmacy is poisonous. If you want your whole family to die, you can go in and eat it." Originally, it was just because of the rumor that Fu Ru was a teacher, but now it had become that the herbs in the pharmacy were poisoned. He even cursed Yun Yanfeng's entire family to die. Yun Yanfeng stopped in his tracks and turned to look at the female reporter. "I don't have manners, but do you? The pharmacy is a business. Is it polite for you to block someone else's door and speak rudely? You keep saying that the medicinal herbs are poisonous. If I take a bite now and I don't die, will you die?" Yun Yanfeng wasn't polite to such a vicious person. There was a sneer on his face. "Big brother, mother said that there's no need to be polite to such people. If they don't want to leave, then beat them up." Yun Shutian blinked his big eyes and turned to look at the group of reporters. "Also, mother said that 3 days later, she will clear Grand Master Fu Ru's name." Of course, these things are only explained to the people who come to the medicine hall to buy medicine, not to these reporters. Chapter 22:11. The group of reporters was annoyed by Yun Shutian, especially the female reporter who started the fight. Her face had already turned ashen as she looked at the two children angrily. "Two wimpy brats are spouting nonsense here. You want to chase us away? Where are your parents? Ask your parents to come out." "Brother." Yun Shutian pursed his lips and turned to look at Yun Yanfeng. Whoosh. At that moment, the female reporter felt a gust of wind blow past her, and the beautiful boy in luxurious clothes had disappeared without a trace. Just as she was about to look for him, Yun Yanfeng had already appeared behind her and kicked the female reporter, sending her flying. "Ah!" Everyone was frightened and screamed. A group of reporters quickly took out their cameras and started taking pictures. It was obvious that there would be another headline tomorrow. The son of the miracle doctor's medicine hall boss publicly beat up a reporter. However, Yun Yanfeng didn't care so much. Grandmaster Fu Ru's injustice would be cleared sooner or later. As for the female reporter, it was time for his mother to check her identity. If she was just a reporter, she wouldn't be so aggressive. She wasn't just a simple reporter. Ignoring the crowd behind him, Yun Yanfeng walked into the medicine hall. His delicate face revealed a smile as he walked towards Fu Ru. "Grandmaster, mother is asking you to go back for dinner." Fu Ru was stunned. He looked at the reporters outside the door and finally nodded. "Okay." He stood up from the chair and mustered his courage to walk out the door. When he walked to the door, the reporters all reacted and quickly took pictures of his old and dispirited appearance. Some reporters wanted to go up and make things difficult for him, but they remembered Yun Yanfeng's kick just now, and their thoughts were immediately extinguished. Fu Ru heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the reporters didn't surround him. He quickly passed through the crowd and walked towards the car behind the crowd. At this moment, Yun Xiao had just prepared the food and placed it on the table when Fu Ru walked in from outside. As soon as he stepped into the house, he smelled the aroma of the food and swept away the haze from before. Luo Feng, your husband's cooking is very good, Fu Ru was sincerely happy for Yun Luo Feng. This man was not only very powerful, but he also had excellent cooking skills. Even the chefs in five-star restaurants were far inferior to him. Most importantly, he was obedient. If Yun Luofeng told him to go east, he wouldn't go west. If Yun Luofeng told him to chase a cat, he wouldn't chase a dog. There were very few outstanding and obedient men in this world. The only flaw was that he was too quiet. Of course, this kind of reticence was only seen by others. In front of Yun Luofeng, he never stopped smiling. Even if he didn't speak, his eyes seemed to be talking to her. Nianfeng, how is it? Yun Luofeng raised his brows and looked at Yun Nianfeng. Yun Nianfeng pouted. Mother, those reporters are too despicable. They even cursed me. I think it's better for us to just kill them. The corner of Fu Ru's mouth twitched. Fortunately, after a year, he was already used to Yun Nianfeng's shocking words. This is China. Bai Yan glanced at Yun Nianfeng. You can't kill people casually, understand? Oh. Yun Nianfeng nodded unwillingly. He still preferred the seven continents continent. In a place where strength reigned supreme, the fist was the strongest. Unlike Huaxia, where life was too stifling. Chapter 22:12. Don't worry. Yun Luofeng raised his hand and hugged Yun Nianfeng's body. The corners of his lips curved. Very soon, everything will be over. Fu Ru opened her mouth to say something, but it turned into a sigh in the end. Luofeng, I've implicated you in this matter. Teacher, I came back this time to resolve this matter. Also, I've already guessed who did this to the miracle Dr. Medicine Hall. Yun Luofeng's eyes flashed. This matter would be over soon. It wouldn't be long before those people would get their retribution. However, you have to tell me exactly what happened back then. Only then can I find evidence for you. Yun Luofeng quickly regained his composure and asked faintly. Fu Ru's eyes were a little complicated. That girl back then was indeed one of my students. Her family was rather poor, so I usually sponsored her to go to school. Yun Luofeng was silent. Her teacher had indeed been sponsoring some poor students for many years. She knew about this 5 years ago. Unfortunately, I didn't know her well enough. Ever since she entered the university, she became vain, and for the sake of money, she even did shameful things. Fu Ru's expression was a little helpless, but it was more of a heartache. How could he not be distressed when something like this happened to the student he had been sponsoring? After I found out about this, I also said a few words to her, but she didn't listen to me at all. She even asked me for money. Money? Yun Luofeng glanced at Fu Ru. Continue. She liked a car and didn't have enough money to borrow it from me. I didn't lend it to her, so she said that she wanted to ruin my reputation. I originally thought that she was just saying it casually, but one day, she suddenly told me that she had turned over a new leaf and had some questions about her studies that she wanted to ask me. I believed her, so I went to see her. For convenience's sake, we arranged to meet in the school's laboratory, but by then, classes had already ended. I asked her if she had any questions about the experiment, but she asked me for money again. This time, she told me that she had borrowed money from a high-interest loan shark and that if she didn't return the money, she would be beaten to death. I didn't believe her anymore, so I turned to leave. Who knew that she would suddenly drag her clothes and shout for help? As for the chat records, they were all fake. Hearing Fu Rui's words, Yun Luofeng stroked her chin. She looked at Yun Xiao, who was next to her, and then turned her gaze to Fu Rui. I understand, I'll resolve this matter, don't worry. A cold glint flashed across his eyes. However, do you know where that student is now? Fu Rui nodded. She was a freshman when the incident happened, and now she's a senior. I don't know her home address, but it should be in the school's file. I'll ask someone I know to get the file. No. Yun Luofeng shook his head. It's good that she's here, I'll find the file. Fu Ru. T foot. T worry. T fu luo foot s said, Yun Luofeng didn't reply to Fu Roi's question. She raised her eyes and stared at Fu Roi with her clean and clear eyes, causing Fu Roi's heart to tremble. Innocence? For many years, he had carried this stain on his body, causing him to be despised by everyone. But now, Yun Luofeng was telling him that he could recover his innocence. Chapter 22:13. Alright, I believe you. He believed her. Just because this girl was his student, Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao looked at each other, their lips curling into a smile. Yun Xiao, let's go. Soon, things will be over here. Fu Ru stared at the two of them in a daze. By the time he regained his senses, the two of them had already disappeared. Every student would leave a file in the school, and on this file, there would definitely be their address. With Yun Luofeng and Yun Zhao's abilities, they could come and go as they pleased in the archives. Soon, they found the address. What she didn't expect was that this girl called Lin Qing lived in the same district as Yun Luofeng's apartment. She walked into the district with familiarity and quickly found Lin Qing's address. At that moment, in Lin Qing's apartment, an erotic drama was playing out on the sofa. Among the two, the woman had short hair and sparkling earrings on her ears. Her figure was excellent and her skin was incomparably smooth. However, the dark circles around her eyes ruined her beauty. The man was also a delinquent, with a head of dazzling yellow hair. He lay on the girl's body, exercising with all his might. His back was covered in sweat, and his hair stuck tightly to his forehead. After a long time, the two of them finally stopped. The girl lay on the man's body, panting, her face full of pleasure. Brother Huang, we've spent all the money that the boss gave us. When the time comes, I'll extort some more money from him to support our living expenses. The yellow-haired man was a little surprised. It's been a few years, how are we going to extort him? You don't know this, but when he asked me to frame teacher Fu Ru, I secretly recorded it so that I could continue to extort from him in the future. Lin Qing's face lit up with a smug smile as she said this. The yellow-haired man lit a cigarette. You're really ruthless. You even framed the teacher who helped you go to school. Pfft, Lin Qing sneered disdainfully. He only sponsored me for a few years, and it was only a few tens of thousands of dollars. It's not that big of a favor. He, on the other hand, is not human at all. We've known each other for a few years, and I was being chased by loan sharks. I asked him to help me, but he refused no matter what. Her eyes flashed with hatred. If it wasn't for the fact that he refused to help me, I wouldn't have helped others frame him. You have to know that the boss gave me a few million. After I've repaid a few 100,000, I still have a few million to support my life. Only a fool wouldn't want such a big benefit. However, fortunately, she was smart. She was afraid that the boss would not admit it, so she buried the crime of asking her to plot against Fu Ru and told him that she had given the crime to a friend. If the boss refused to pay and wanted to silence him, the crime would be exposed. Therefore, the boss gave her another 1 million yuan on top of the original amount. When she thought of her own intelligence, Lin Qing was filled with pride. As for framing Fu Ru, he reaped what he sowed and could not blame anyone else. It was his fault for not lending her money to repay the loan sharks. Little Qing, I knew you had a backup plan. Now, we can live without worries for the rest of our lives. As soon as he heard that he could continue extorting, the yellow-haired man's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but exercise hard again. Money was really a good thing. It could make people ungrateful and betray their benefactors, and it could also make people crazy. Chapter 22:14. Who is it? Suddenly, Lin Qing seemed to have sensed some movement and immediately raised her head to look. In an instant, she saw a woman standing under the moonlight and staring at her with a smile. Beside the woman was a handsome man. This man's face was very cold. He didn't even turn his head, leaving only his side profile. But this side profile was enough to stun anyone. Who are you? Why are you at my house? At this time, Lin Qing couldn't care less about being shocked. Her eyes were full of fear, and her voice was trembling. Yun Luofeng waved the phone in his hand and said with a smile, "I've recorded your conversation just now. By the way, can you tell me who your boss is?" Hearing this, panic flashed in Lin Qing's eyes. She hurriedly covered her body with a thin sheet, her eyes full of fear. "Who are you?" Yun Luofeng's lips curled up. "Fu Ru is my teacher. Fu Ru is my teacher." Boom! At that moment, Lin Qing's face turned deathly pale, and her entire body trembled. "Are you here to find evidence for Fu Ru?" No, I can't give you that evidence. Hurry and snatch his phone." The man who had been lying on top of Lin Qing immediately reacted and hurriedly got up. His naked body could be seen clearly. Luckily, the moment he got up, Yun Luofeng had already closed her eyes. Seeing this, the yellow-haired man laughed coldly in his heart. He quickly rushed towards Yun Luofeng and raised his hand to snatch the phone from her hand. Unfortunately, before he could get close to Yun Luofeng, the man who had been facing him didn't even look at him. With a boom, a force rushed out, and the yellow-haired man's body was immediately sent flying. He kept vomiting blood. "Ah!" Seeing this strange scene, Lin Qing screamed, "Ghost! Have you ever seen a living person who can send another person flying without even moving? Apart from the fact that there was a ghost next to him. You still want to snatch my phone?" Yun Luofeng's lips curled up, and his smile deepened. "Tell me, who made you frame my teacher?" Lin Qing's mind went blank, and her eyes became dizzy. Just as she was about to faint, she could feel a force controlling her nerves, making her mind extremely clear. This knowledge made Lin Qing even more terrified. I don't know who she is. I only know that the boss is a woman." "Women?" Yun Luofeng frowned. What kind of woman had teacher offended? "Then, can you contact her?" Yun Luofeng asked calmly. "I have a way to contact her, but after I contact her, can you let me go?" Lin Qing's entire body was trembling, and her legs were trembling. Urine flowed out from between her pants, giving off a foul smell. Yun Luofeng's lips curled into a smile. "Teacher sponsored your studies, yet you repaid his kindness with enmity and helped others to frame him. Do you think I can let you go?" "You..." Lin Qing's face turned pale. "If you don't let me go, I won't help you contact her." She had originally thought that Yun Luofeng would at least be shocked upon hearing these words. Unfortunately, she still had a smile on her face as she gazed at her with a faint smile. "Do you think I can't find her without you? I just don't want to waste too much time. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't tell me, I can just kill you directly. Just take it as revenge for teacher." "No." Lin Qing's eyes were filled with terror. "Killing is against the law. You can't kill me." Chapter 22:15. Yun Luofeng had a smile on his face. That smile made Lin Qing's heart tremble. Especially when the woman's aura was like a huge mountain, pressuring her so much that she couldn't breathe. It was the first time she felt so close to death. "Tell me, are you willing to contact that person?" This sentence was like the straw that broke the camel's back. It made Lin Qing's heart completely collapse. Her face was pale and full of fear. I'll help you. Please don't kill me." Hearing this, Yun Luofeng retracted his aura and curled his lips. "Call her now. I want to know who dares to plot against my teacher." Under the woman's oppressive aura, Lin Qing reached out her trembling hand and picked up her phone. The yellow-haired young man was already sprawled on the ground. He didn't even dare to lift his head, afraid that these two people would really kill them. "I have that boss's number. All these years, I've been using this number to contact her. Because I used evidence to force her, she didn't dare to completely cut off all contact with me. This was the route she had found for herself so that she could extort money again. She didn't think that it would benefit Yun Luofeng." After saying this, Lin Qing dialed a number and put it on speaker at Yun Luofeng's signal. "Didn't I say not to look for me if there's nothing important? Why are you calling me now?" An angry voice came from the other end of the phone. The voice was deliberately lowered, as if afraid that someone would hear it. However, Yun Luofeng immediately recognized who it was. Her entire aura changed. The corners of her lips curled into a sinister smile and a storm surged in her dark eyes. Lin Qing was so shocked that she almost dropped her phone. She said with a pale face, "I've been short on money recently. Can you transfer me some more money?" "How dare you? I gave you so much money back then, and you still dare to look for me now?" The voice was angry and sharp, but it made the smile on Yun Luofeng's face deepen. Even after so many years, it was impossible for her not to recognize the owner of this voice. This was the person who had forcibly taken over her family's assets and chased her out of the house. She hadn't expected that after she was blown up, these people wouldn't even let the teacher who had raised her off. "If you don't give me the money, I'll tell everyone that you paid me to frame teacher Fu Ru." Hearing this, Lin Qing was enraged. She had risked her own reputation to frame Fu Ru. In the end, Fu Ru wanted to get rid of her so easily. "Dream on. You." The woman on the other side of the phone seemed to be infuriated. She was silent for a while before saying, "Tell me a place and we'll meet. I'll give you the money." "Meet?" Lin Qing was stunned for a moment. Even when this woman asked her to frame Fu Ru, she had never shown her face. But now, she actually wanted to meet her? Faintly, fear crept into Lin Qing's heart. "Promise her." At that moment, a voice exploded in Lin Qing's mind, scaring her so much that she almost threw her phone away. Yes, that voice didn't come from her ears, but from her mind. It was no wonder that she was so scared. Lin Qing bit her lip and said, "Okay, then let's meet at the Nordic Cafe in front of my school." "All right." After the woman on the other side of the phone spoke, she immediately hung up, not giving Lin Qing any time to react. Lin Qing glanced at Yun Luofeng and asked timidly, "Is this enough?" Chapter 22:16. Yun Luofeng's lips curled into a smile. "Tomorrow, I will find you at the place you agreed on. But, don't die too quickly." As soon as he said this, the two people standing in the room disappeared into thin air. Yes, they disappeared into thin air. This strange scene scared Lin Qing out of her wits. After a long time, she remembered what Yun Luofeng had said. "But don't die too quickly." This sentence was like a curse that kept reverberating in her ears, causing her face to turn slightly pale. Could it be that the boss wanted to kill her? No. She held the blame for her crimes in her hands. She would never dare to do that. As she thought of this, Lin Qing's heart relaxed. The woman just now was just trying to scare her. How could the boss really kill her? "Xiao Qing," she left. The yellow-haired young man stopped pretending to be dead and crawled up from the ground. She looked at the empty room and heaved a sigh of relief. "How did you offend such a monster?" At that moment, in the eyes of the yellow-haired young man, Yun Luofeng and his wife were definitely monsters. Lin Qing bit her lip. "Come with me to see her tomorrow." "What?" The yellow-haired young man jumped up and laughed dryly. "Xiao Qing, don't joke around. Didn't you hear what the woman said just now? The boss wants to kill you." Lin Qing's eyes darkened. "Don't forget, you've spent quite a bit of my million. Why, are you not going to do anything now that something has happened?" The yellow-haired young man laughed. "I don't want to get involved in this mess. You go by yourself." As soon as he said this, he picked up his clothes from the sofa and quickly walked out of the door, not even turning back. "You." Lin Qing's expression changed. "Don't come back after you leave." However, the yellow-haired young man still left. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even look at Lin Qing again. Lin Qing collapsed onto the ground. Tears flowed down from the corners of her eyes. Her pale face was filled with despair. Men were indeed unreliable. When she still had money, he wouldn't go back on his word. Now that she had spent all her money and was in trouble, he ran faster than anything else. But Lin Qing had no other choice. She silently stood up and let her tears flow. "Teacher Fu Ru, I'm sorry. At this moment, Lin Qing finally felt guilty. Of course, if Yun Luofeng had not appeared, she would never have felt that she had let Fu Ru down. Because she knew that even if that boss didn't do anything to her, Yun Luofeng wouldn't let her go, therefore, she regretted scheming against Fu Ru. If he could go back in time, he would never make the same mistake. At the same time, in a luxurious villa, Li Tsuetsui hung up the phone and frowned. Who's calling? What happened? Yun Tianqi looked at Li Tsuetsui and asked. It's nothing. Yun Tianqi did not know what she had done in the past. Otherwise, he would not have allowed her to bribe Lin Qing with such a large sum of money. It's fine if you don't want to say it. Yun Tianqi was in a good mood. He didn't want to pursue this matter. His face was full of smiles. His depressed mood had also lightened up. Li Tsuetsui sat beside him and asked, what happened today to make you so happy? Have you heard of the Miracle Doctor's Pharmacy? Yun Tianqi's lips curled into a smile. Very soon, the Miracle Doctor's Pharmacy will belong to the Yun Medical Company. Oh. Li Tsuetsui raised her eyebrows. She had heard of the Miracle Doctor's Pharmacy. It was said that it was very popular. Yun Tianqi also had the ability to buy the Miracle Doctor's Pharmacy. Chapter 22:17. Actually, I'm lucky to have such an opportunity. Yun Tianqi smiled proudly. You probably don't know who the doctor in the Miracle Doctor's medicinal hall is. He's Fu Ru, whose reputation was ruined back then. I've already asked people to publicize this matter and bribed those reporters. This time, I'd like to see how the Miracle Doctor's medicinal hall can turn the tables. Li Tsuetsui was stunned. She hadn't expected Fu Ru to work in the Miracle Doctor's Pharmacy. How could someone accept such a notorious person? She thought of meeting Lin Qing the next day and felt a little uneasy. Even she did not understand why this was happening. It was just Lin Qing. She could easily kill a nobody. If she hadn't had the evidence, she wouldn't have let her live for 5 years. However, she hadn't wasted the past 5 years. She had found out that Lin Qing didn't have any friends or relatives. Where could she have hidden the evidence? It would have been fine if she had abided by her duties, but now she was threatening her. She was courting death. Hubby, since the Miracle Doctor's Pharmacy will be yours soon, I'm relieved. Li Tsuetsui's eyes lit up. She snuggled into Yun Tianqi's arms and stroked his chest with her fingers. She said seductively, it's been a long time since we. Yun Tianqi frowned and a look of disgust flashed across his eyes. Li Tsuetsui was already old. She wasn't as young and beautiful as his little honey. He had already given all the food to his little honey. How could he have the energy to deal with an old woman? Therefore, he pushed Li Tsuetsui away impatiently. I've been very busy these days. I don't have time to think about these things. Very busy? Li Tsuetsui's expression changed. She stood up with her hands on her hips and said, Yun Tianqi, tell me the truth. Do you have another woman? Over the past year, Yun Tianqi had only touched her a few times. It was said that men were like wolves in their 30s and tigers in their 40s. How could Yun Tianqi tolerate it at his age? Li Tsuetsui couldn't think of any other reason except that he had another woman. What nonsense are you talking about all day long? Yun Tianqi looked at Li Tsuetsui and said, I'm so busy in the company every day, but you still come to make trouble for me. Can't you let me rest? Just as Li Tsuetsui was about to speak, a voice came from upstairs, Dad, Mom, what are you doing? Li Tsuetsui glared at Yun Tianqi and turned to look at the little girl who was holding a teddy bear doll on the stairs. The little girl was very cute, like a porcelain doll. Her pink princess dress made her look even cuter. I still have to go to school tomorrow. Why are you guys fighting? The little girl pouted her cheeks angrily and rubbed her sleepy eyes with her little hands. Her little face was obviously a little unhappy. Li Tsuetsui laughed awkwardly. I was just having a conversation with your father. Did I disturb you? Hurry up and go to sleep, you still have to go to class tomorrow. All right. Yun Shulian glanced at Yun Tianqi and Li Tsuetsui and nodded obediently. She turned around and entered the room, closing the door gently. Li Tsuetsue pinched Yun Tianqi fiercely. If I find out that you're with another woman, I'll never forgive you. Looking at Li Tsuetsue's ferocious eyes, Yun Tianqi frowned and didn't say anything. Chapter 22:18. The next day. Dawn. Yun Nianfeng took the school bag that Yun Luofeng handed over, his little face full of grievance. Mother, I don't want to go to school. Why is this place so troublesome? Children have to go to school. He wasn't interested in those brats at school. Yun Luofeng's mouth twitched. Endure it for a few more days, then we can go back. In fact, it was Fu Ru's decision to let Yun Nianfeng and Yun Chutian go to school. She still remembered a year ago, when Fu Ru found out that Yun Nianfeng and Yun Chutian didn't go to school, he looked at her as if he was looking at a stepmother. The children were already so big, but they weren't even allowed to go to school. Therefore, Yun Luofeng could only send them to school. However, Yun Nianfeng was not interested in the children in school. Mother, even if you want to send me to school, you have to find a school with a lot of beautiful women. In that school, whether it's the students or the teachers, none of them are good-looking. Yun Nianfeng pursed his lips, and his pitiful expression was lovable. It was just that, no matter how one listened to it, these words were asking for a beating. However, in Yun Nianfeng's opinion, those students were not as good-looking as Yun Chutian, and the teacher was not even 1,000th of Yun Luofeng's. What was the point of him staying there? In 2 days, I will settle the matters here. Yun Luofeng's eyes flashed. Of course, she hadn't wasted her efforts in this 1 year. She had found all the evidence of Yun Tianqi and Li Tsuetsue's crimes. Even her parents were killed by this group of heartless and unscrupulous people. Thinking of this, Yun Luofeng's heart clenched fiercely, and he let out a deep breath. All right, you guys can go. Yun Luofeng patted Yun Nianfeng's shoulder and said, Nianfeng, you are the big brother. You must take good care of Chutian, understand? Mother, don't worry. I will not let anyone bully Tian. Yun Nianfeng pulled Yun Chutian's hand and quickly walked out of the room. After they left, Yun Luofeng turned to look at the man beside him. Yun Xiao, things here will be over in a few days. Before I leave, I want you to accompany me to a place, Ping City. It was only 100 meters away from the capital, but it was a small city far smaller than the capital. Similarly, this was Yun Luofeng's hometown. Yun Xiao, my family's villa property in the capital has been occupied by Yun Tianqi. Only this old house is left, but I heard that the old house here is about to be demolished. If you don't come today, you won't have a chance in the future. 20 years ago, her parents brought her back to their hometown to pay respects to their ancestors. Now that he thought about it, Yun Tianqi and his wife probably didn't want to let go of the villa left by his parents in the capital city, so they deliberately waited until they returned to their hometown to make their move. Fortunately, she survived that day. Yun Luofeng walked along the old road. She looked at the houses around her that were filled with the words torn down. Her lips curled into a bitter smile. Yun Xiao seemed to have sensed her emotions as he pulled the woman into his arms tightly. His eyes were filled with deep affection and warmth. No matter what, I'm here. He would always be by her side and would never abandon her. We're here. Yun Luofeng paused and stopped in her tracks. She gently pushed open the shabby door and slowly walked in. There were still dried bloodstains on the ground. The messy room showed the scene from more than 20 years ago. That day, she hid under the bed and watched helplessly as her parents fell into a pool of blood. She was so scared that she didn't dare to say a word. Chapter 22:19. Back then, she was still young. That incident had become a shadow in her heart that she could never erase. Suddenly, Yun Xiao tugged on Yun Luofeng's hand and pointed ahead. Yun Luofeng was stunned. She followed Yun Xiao's line of sight and saw a couple searching for something in a corner not too far away. The couple looked very confused, as if they couldn't find their way out of this maze. More importantly, their bodies were transparent. Yun Luofeng hurriedly covered her mouth as tears flowed down her cheeks. Her body trembled gently. If Yun Xiao hadn't been holding her, perhaps she wouldn't have been able to hold on. Finally, she steadied her emotions and slowly walked towards the couple. Her voice was very soft, afraid that she would startle the two people in front of her if she used too much force. "What are you looking for?" When the man heard Yun Luofeng's words, he turned to look at the woman behind him. He clearly didn't recognize her. He said blankly, "I'm looking for my daughter." "Have you seen my daughter?" This time, Yun Luofeng's tears fell again. She bit her lip tightly. "I've seen her." "Really?" The man was so excited that he wanted to pull Yun Luofeng back. However, his hand went straight through Yun Luofeng's body as if he didn't feel anything. "Then can you tell me where my daughter is? We've been looking for her for a long time, but she hasn't come back." Yun Luofeng's face was a little pale. "Have you been looking for her?" "My daughter is timid. She'll definitely be afraid when it gets dark. She's a picky eater and only wants to eat her mother's cooking. It's already so late, I don't know if she's eaten outside. She has a weak personality and is easily bullied. If I don't find her and stay by her side to protect her, I won't be at ease." "Aya," the woman cried out after hearing the man's words. "It's already so late. Continue to wait for your daughter. I'll go prepare dinner." After saying this, the woman walked straight through the kitchen. However, how could there be any food in this room? So, not long after, the woman glanced out again and said angrily, "Old Yun, where's the food? Where are the pork knuckles and mantis shrimps I bought earlier?" Yun Luofeng clenched his fists. She remembered that before her parents died, they had already prepared a table full of dishes. Among the dishes were pork knuckles and mantis shrimps that she liked. Now, their memories had stopped at the night before they died, but they still remembered to look for her. He had been searching for her every single day. "Dad, Mom." Yun Luofeng finally could not control her emotions. Tears streamed down her pale face, covering her beautiful features. The man was stunned for a moment. "You are Feng. How come you've grown so big in such a short time?" "Dad, Mom, you don't have to worry. I'm not a coward anymore. I've long passed the age where I'm afraid of the dark. You don't have to worry that I'll be hungry. This is your son-in-law. He's good at cooking and has raised me well. You don't have to worry that I'll be bullied." Yun Luofeng's voice trembled, and he bit his lip hard as he spoke. "Old Yun, I've already remembered. Have you forgotten?" The woman's faint voice floated over. "We're already dead. We were killed by someone. There's more today, because I want to finish this month." Chapter 22:20. The man's expression froze. He said blankly, "That seems to be the case. We're already dead. What about our daughter? Is she still alive?" "Oh, that's right." The man seemed to remember something. His eyes turned to Yun Luofeng. "You said you're our daughter. How many years has it been since we died?" Yun Luofeng's heart ached. 20 years. 20 years. The man seemed to be reminiscing about the past. His lips curled into a smile. Time passes so quickly. It's already been 20 years. No wonder our daughter is already so big. His voice was filled with helplessness, regret, and a deep pain. "Are you really Xiao Feng? The woman floated to Yun Luofeng's side. She looked at the man next to her. "He's your husband?" "Mother." Yun Luofeng wanted to grab the woman's hand but couldn't. She took a deep breath and said, "Wait for me. I'll definitely find a way to bring you back to life. I definitely will. Xiao Mo, come out." As soon as she finished speaking, a light flashed. Xiao Mo's figure appeared out of thin air. He tilted his head and looked at Yun Luofeng. "Master, you want me to find a way to help you revive these two?" "That's right. Does the Encyclopedia of Medicine have a way to revive them?" "This." Xiao Mo hesitated. "This is China, not the 7 continents. Many methods that can be used on the continents can't be used in China." It was good enough that they were able to retain their powers in China. If they wanted to be revived, they couldn't rely on the remaining spiritual energy in China. You mean to say that my parents can't be revived? What if I bring them to the 7 continents? If you're not afraid of their souls disappearing, you can try. Does that mean that they can't be revived in China? Plus, their bodies have already turned to ash. They've been dead for who knows how many years. There's no way to revive them, Xiao Mo continued. Yun Luofeng was able to revive Hong Wan because her body was well preserved. Plus, the spiritual energy in China was too weak. Even if there was a corpse, there was no guarantee that they could be revived. Xiao Feng, The man understood a little. He shook his head and said, "Before Mom and Dad leave, I'm satisfied to see you again and know that you're doing well. I don't have any other requests, so we can report to Hades without worry." After a person died, if they wished for the future, they would stay in the mortal world. Now that their wish had been fulfilled, it was time to leave. However, I want to know who killed your mother and I, and who separated our family of 3. Looking at the man's somewhat gloomy expression, Yun Luofeng's lips twitched as he said, "Yun Tianqi." By the time Yun Luofeng left, it was already late. However, her body was very weak, as if she had no strength left. Yun Xiao hugged her waist tightly. "Feng, believe me, I'll think of a way." "Believe me," Yun Luofeng's expression changed slightly, and he weakly raised a smile. "Actually, when I first came back to Huaxia, I should have come to take a look. Otherwise, Mom and Dad would have to wait for me for another year. But this place is my childhood nightmare. If it weren't for the fact that I'm about to leave China, perhaps I wouldn't have come here. I also wouldn't have known that they had always been looking for me and had never left. When her parents were still alive, she was happy and had grown up under their protection. However, that night 20 years ago was an eternal nightmare for her. Even to this day, she could not forget that night." Chapter 22-21. I'll find a solution. Yun Xiao lowered her head and kissed Yun Luofeng's lips with a smile. "Is that okay?" "Okay." She believed in him. As long as he said it, he would definitely do it. Thinking of this, Yun Luofeng hugged Yun Zhao's waist tightly. Capital Primary School. Yun Nianfeng held Yun Shutian's little hand and ran out of the school happily. However, his speed was too fast, and he accidentally knocked down a person, causing him to stop in his tracks. Are you okay?" Yun Nianfeng looked at the girl who fell to the ground like a doll and asked apologetically. This little girl was very pretty, but she was still lacking compared to his Chu Tian. "Brat, how dare you knock into my daughter?" Before the girl could speak, a well-dressed woman quickly ran over and picked up the little girl who fell to the ground. She glared at him angrily. "Who's your parent? Hurry up and ask her to come out." "Nianfeng." Yun Chu Tian pulled Yun Nianfeng's hand and pointed at the shrew-like woman with his eyes. Yun Nianfeng's gaze drifted over the woman's face, and his delicate little face was full of disdain. "I've already apologized. What else do you want? Your daughter is really unlucky to have a mother like you. Tian, let's go." He pulled Yun Chu Tian and wanted to walk out. The woman was furious and reached out to push Yun Nianfeng, but Yun Nianfeng dodged and accidentally stretched his little foot forward. The woman immediately fell to the ground and screamed. "Auntie, walk properly. Don't blame me if you accidentally fall." Yun Nianfeng made a face and quickly ran away when the woman came back to her senses. "Mom." The little girl didn't care about the woman who fell to the ground at all. Her big watery eyes stared at Yun Nianfeng. This brother is really good looking. Shua wants to marry him. This child is so impolite. His parents are definitely not good people. You can't be interested in a beggar-like child like him. The woman snorted coldly and looked angrily in the direction Yun Nianfeng had left in. Her eyes darkened and she ordered, "Uncle Li, go and investigate this child's background. Also, send the young miss back, I still have other things to do." "Yes, madam," Uncle Li said respectfully from the side. Outside the school, Yun Nianfeng saw that no one was chasing them and frowned adorably. Why are we so unlucky to be in the same elementary school as that woman's daughter? Big brother, Didn't mother already say that Yun Tianqi and Li Tsuetsue won't be able to live for more than a few days? Let her jump around for a few more days. Yun Tian smiled brightly, revealing his cute canine teeth. That's right, the people they met just now were Li Tsuetsue and Yun Shuelian. Upon hearing this, Yun Tian's smile blossomed. We won't have to go to school in a few days. I really hate staying with a bunch of brats, it's so boring. Hearing this, Yun Tian rolled his eyes. These words were spoken as if you were not a little wimp. Let's go, Tian. Let's go home with big brother. Yun Yanfen grabbed Yun Tian's hand, carried his small school bag, and strode back. Anyway, they could leave after enduring for a few more days. He wondered how his mother's plan was going. Chapter 22. In the cafe. Lin Qing's gaze was a little worried. She looked at the people walking by and bit her lips tightly. Her face was slightly pale. Just then, she felt the urge to pee. She stood up and walked towards the washroom. When she reached the washroom, she felt relieved. But just then, the washroom door was slammed shut with a loud bang. Who is it? Lin Qing's expression changed. She quickly turned around and saw a woman with a scarf covering her face standing in front of her. Who are you? The woman in front of her laughed softly. Guess who I am? The voice was very familiar. It was so familiar that Lin Qing's eyes widened in shock. Her body leaned against the sink behind her. What do you want? Don't forget, the evidence of your crime is still with my friend. Li Tsuetsue laughed coldly and slowly approached Lin Qing. I was really stupid 5 years ago. I was fooled by a little girl like you. Now, I've already found out that the evidence isn't with your friend at all. You've been hiding it all this time. If you die, do you think anyone will be able to see the evidence? Li Tsuetsue laughed coldly. Lin Qing's body trembled. Her eyes were filled with fear. No. Suddenly, she did not know where she got the strength from. With a bang, she knocked into Li Tsuetsue and ran out of the washroom while Li Tsuetsue was stumbling. But the door of the bathroom was locked, and Lin Qing had nowhere to run. Li Tsuetsue frowned. Her lips curled into a smile. Run. You won't be able to escape today. I had already planned to let you go. But you came to threaten me with your own death. After saying this, Li Tsuetsue took out a knife. The sharp gleam of the knife reflected in Lin Qing's eyes. Her pupils slowly widened. The fear of death invaded her heart. Lin Qing's body trembled uncontrollably. She was filled with regret. If only she hadn't borrowed money from the loan shark in the beginning. Then, she wouldn't have listened to Li Tsuetsue and framed her teacher. Whoosh. Suddenly, the light in the washroom started to flicker violently. It flickered violently between dark and bright. Ah! Lin Qing was extremely frightened. She screamed and slammed the door with all her might. However, the door had been locked from the outside, and there was no way out. What made Lin Qing feel like fainting was that she could clearly hear the voices of people talking outside. Huh. That's strange. Why is the bathroom door broken? You can't open it? Let's go to the waiters at the cafe and ask them to find someone to fix it. The tone of the two people outside the door was very normal, as if they did not hear the sound of the people inside the door. Lin Qing hurriedly shouted for help, help, help. Perhaps there was a reaction from the voice, but the two people outside the door stopped in their tracks. Did you hear someone talking? You must have heard wrongly. Why do I feel like it's the wind? As the voice faded away, so did the footsteps. Lin Qing's legs softened, and she almost fell to the ground. How could this be? She had clearly made such a loud noise, but why couldn't the people outside hear it? Could it be that those people were sent by this woman, and they deliberately didn't hear? Thinking of this, Lin Qing hurriedly turned to look at Li Tsuetsue. She saw that the woman's eyes were also filled with fear. What was going on? Chapter 22-23. She wanted to kill Lin Qing quickly and leave. She even put up a sign saying that the toilet was out of order. Why would someone come? Was it alright if someone came? Lin Qing had already made such a loud noise. Why didn't anyone notice? This was too illogical, ha! Suddenly, a cold laugh came from the empty toilet. Li Tsuetsue was shocked. She quickly rubbed her arm and bit her lip. You're about to die. Why are you still laughing? Lin Qing's eyes were filled with fear. I'm not laughing. Not laughing? Who else would be in this toilet other than us? Li Tsuetsue laughed coldly. Trying to scare her? No way. Lin Qing had to die. Thinking of this, Li Tsuetsue walked towards Lin Qing again. She flashed the knife in her hand and slashed it down. Ha! Another cold laugh rang in Li Tsuetsue's ears. This time, she clearly saw Lin Qing close her eyes in fear. Her mouth didn't even move. Did this mean that there was a third person in the toilet other than them? Li Tsuetsue's hand couldn't even hold on to the knife. She dropped it with a trembling hand. Her face was pale and her lips trembled. Who is it? At this moment, both Lin Qing and Li Tsuetsue felt that the temperature in the toilet was extremely low. The light was flickering, and it was eerie. It made their hair stand on end. Whoosh! A gust of cold wind blew past, right next to Li Tsuetsue's ear. She finally broke down. She screamed and quickly picked up the knife. She turned around and slashed down. But there was only air behind her. There was nothing. Who is it? Who is playing tricks on us? I, Li Tsuetsue, have never believed in ghosts or gods. Come out now. At this moment, a person in white flew past Li Tsuetsue. The speed was so fast that Li Tsuetsue staggered and almost fell to the ground. Who is it? Could it be that Lin Qing knew that she was going to kill her and hired someone to scare her? No, this woman couldn't be that smart. Drip, drip. In the quiet toilet, the sound of water dripping was very clear. Drop by drop, it landed beside her ears. Li Tsuetsue felt some water dripping on her head. She quickly raised her hand to wipe it. With the help of the flickering light, she saw that her hand was stained red. Blood. Ah! This scene gave Li Tsuetsue an intense fright. She screamed, and just as she was about to raise her head, a head of black hair suddenly fell from the top of her head and landed in front of her. When Lin Qing saw this, she felt dizzy and fainted. She fell to the ground softly. Li Tsuetsue also wanted to faint, but she couldn't. Her lips trembled. Are you a human or a ghost? Heh. The long-haired woman sneered. Her voice was faint and eerie. You don't remember me? The woman's two skeleton-like hands parted her long hair, revealing a hideous face covered in blood in front of Li Tsuetsue. Her eyeballs were about to fall out of her eye sockets. Her mouth cracked open wide, and she let out a sinister laugh. Tsuetsue, I miss you so much. You promised to take care of my daughter, why did you chase her away? Every word was like a ghost demanding for her life. It was also like the last straw that broke the camel's back for Li Tsuetsue. Her expression completely collapsed. Miao Fang, leave. Don't come looking for me. Don't come looking for me. She waved the knife with all her might, slashing at the hideous-looking woman in front of her. Every slash seemed to be hitting thin air, but the woman in front of her did not move at all. She just smiled eerily. Chapter 22-24. Li Tsuetsue, I really died a horrible death. Why didn't you let me go? Why didn't you let my daughter go? Under the flickering light, the woman's face was hideous and terrifying. Her miserable voice sounded like it came from hell. Li Tsuetsue was so scared that her whole body was trembling. Miao Fang, let me go. I didn't do it on purpose. It's all Yin Tianqi's fault. If you want to find someone, go find him. It's all his fault. Yes, it was all Yin Tianqi's fault. If he hadn't coveted his brother's property, they wouldn't have thought of this method to take it away. Both of you must die. Both of you must die. The woman's face suddenly enlarged in front of Lin Qing. It was dripping with blood, and there was a bloody hole in her chest that was continuously bleeding. Her two hands were already on Li Tsue's neck, and her expression was ferocious and terrifying. Ah! Li Tsue screamed. Her eyelids twitched, and she fainted. She didn't know what would happen next. When she woke up, she was already in the villa. She raised her hand and rubbed her sore neck. A trace of suspicion flashed across her eyes. Could it be? I'm dreaming? How could there be ghosts in this world? Moreover, if Miao Fong wanted to take revenge, she would have come long ago. She wouldn't have waited until now. Mom. The little girl's timid voice came from the side. Li Tsue slowly came back to reality. She turned around and looked at the little girl who was wearing a princess dress and holding a doll. She frowned and asked, "Your father hasn't come back yet?" The little girl nodded and said, "The police said that Mom fainted in the toilet of the coffee shop and sent Mom back. I just called Dad to tell him, but he said he was busy and didn't come back." Busy, busy, busy. I don't know what he's busy with all day long. Li Tsue angrily threw the pillow in her hand. Her expression was hideous and terrifying. Obviously, the little girl beside her was frightened. "Mom, did you fight with someone outside?" The little girl opened her big innocent eyes and asked in a childish voice. Li Tsue was stunned. "What do you mean?" "Mom, there are handprints on your neck." The little girl pointed at Li Tsue's neck with fear in her eyes. Li Tsue's expression changed. "Hurry and get me the mirror." "All right." The little girl responded obediently and ran to the dressing cabinet. She took a European-style dressing mirror and handed it to Li Tsue. Through the mirror, Li Tsue saw the blood-red handprint on her neck. She immediately screamed and threw the mirror away. Miao Fong. Miao Fong really came back. The previous scene was not a dream. Li Tsue hurriedly picked up the phone from the side and quickly dialed a number, but no matter how much the phone rang, the person on the other side did not answer. "Shuoyan, do you know where your father went?" Li Tsue bit her lips and asked. The little girl shook her head. "Daddy won't tell me." "Ask the driver to come." "I'm going to the company." Li Tsue hurriedly got up from the bed, quickly put on a coat and walked out. At this moment, at Yun Medical Company. In the office, the lights flickered. The man sat on the office chair, and a young girl sat on his lap. "Chairman, almost everyone in the company has left. Can we?" She slid her fingers across the man's chest and took off his clothes with familiarity. Her lips curled into a charming smile. Chapter 22-25. The man held the beautiful girl's waist tightly and kissed her on the lips. "This is the office after all. If my old woman rushes over, I'm afraid she'll catch us red-handed. Why don't we get a room later?" The girl pushed the man away and smiled seductively. "Chairman, didn't you say that Madam is sick and lying at home? She definitely won't come here. We haven't had sex in the office yet." Haha. Yun Tianqi laughed and couldn't wait to take off the girl's skirt. "In that case, we don't have to care so much. It doesn't matter even if that old woman sees us. My Yun family is getting bigger and bigger. She's useless now." After saying that, Yun Tianqi took off his pants and rushed forward. Just as he was about to rush forward, the office door was kicked open with a loud bang. "Tianqi." Li Tsue had just rushed in when the dazzling scene in the room was suddenly imprinted in her eyes, causing her whole person to be dumbfounded on the spot. Yun Tianqi didn't expect Li Tsue to rush in at this time. A trace of panic flashed in his eyes. He hurriedly let go of the girl under him and explained anxiously, "Tsue, listen to me." "Ah." Li Tsue finally reacted and rushed towards the naked girl like a madman. Her sharp claws ruthlessly slashed at the girl's face. "You bitch. How dare you seduce someone else's man? I'm going to tear your face off." Tsue. Yun Tianqi pushed Li Tsuetsue away and protected the girl behind him. Don't be so impulsive. She's innocent. Innocent? Li Tsuetsue's eyes widened. How could he say that a vixen who seduced someone else's man was innocent? Yun Tianqi, I've been so good to you, and the Li family has been so kind to you. But what about you? Why are you doing this to me? Li Tsuetsue's face turned pale with anger. She slapped Yun Tianqi's face. No wonder you haven't touched me for the past year. It's because of this vixen. I'm telling you, I'll never let you two off. The girl, who was protected by Yun Tianqi, curled her lips into a sneer. Li Tsuetsue, you deserve this. My trip to the Yun clan was not in vain. Not only will I steal your man, but I will also make you suffer so much that you will wish you were dead. Enough. Yun Tianqi shouted, Li Tsuetsue, don't think that I'm afraid of you. It's fine if you're the madam of Yun's family. Linda's appearance won't affect your position. If you're really so unreasonable, I'll divorce you. He originally wanted to explain, but this woman didn't look at herself. She was simply like a lunatic. He really couldn't raise any interest in this kind of lunatic. Li Tsuetsue trembled and pointed at Yun Tianqi angrily, you want to divorce me? For such a woman, he actually wanted to divorce her? Yun Tianqi, I've suffered a lot because of you. Don't forget that you also had a part in killing Yunling and Miao Fang. Shut up. Yun Tianqi hurriedly covered Li Tsuetsue's mouth as cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Although he was very close to Linda, he was not willing to let a third person know about this kind of thing. However, Li Tsuetsue didn't know where she got the strength to slap Yun Tianqi's hand and sneered, are you afraid? Unfortunately, it's useless to be afraid. Miao Fang came to find us. Ha ha ha, she came to find us. We can't escape death, but you still have the mood to protect this woman. Chapter 22-26. In the empty office, Li Tsuetsue's laughter was so creepy that it made Yun Tianqi's hair stand on end. What nonsense are you talking about? He roared angrily. I'm not talking nonsense. I saw her in the restroom of the coffee shop. She came to take revenge on us. Perhaps Li Tsuetsue's voice was so creepy that it made Yun Tianqi's heart tremble. However, at this moment, the light in the office went out with a bang. The entire office became pitch black. What's going on? Is there something wrong with the company's power supply? Yun Tianqi gritted his teeth and said, let's get out of here first. We'll talk about it when we get back. Li Tsuetsue sneered, we can't leave. We can't leave anymore, lunatic. Yun Tianqi said fiercely and walked out of the office first. When Linda walked up to Li Tsuetsue, she paused for a moment and tilted her head to look at her. Li Tsuetsue, you brought so much harm to my family. Today, I'll let you know what pain is. Li Tsuetsue was shocked. Who are you? Have you forgotten? 2 years ago, your son killed someone. In the end, you bribed the police officer with money and were released without charge. The person killed by your son was my brother. You. Li Tsuetsue widened her eyes in astonishment. You approached Tianqi on purpose. That's right. Linda sneered. My old parents went to you to ask for an explanation, but they were beaten up and driven out of the house. This time, I'm not only here to take revenge on you, but also to destroy the whole Yun family. Li Tsuetsue's son killed someone, but because she was rich, she acquitted her son and sent him abroad to avoid danger. She didn't expect that the bastard sister would come to find her. After saying that, Linda smiled sarcastically and walked out of the office. Li Tsuetsue was the only one left in the office. She couldn't get used to the darkness, so she quickly opened the door and chased after Yun Tianqi. Yun Tianqi, wait for me. Even though she knew that Miao Fang had come to find her and she couldn't escape, it was better than staying here alone. The corridor was dark. Yun Tianqi could vaguely see a blurry figure in front of him. The figure deliberately lowered his head, as if he was looking for something. His entire body was bent at an unusual angle, as if he could snap at any time. It's so late at night, why are there still people in the company? Yun Tianqi frowned and slowly walked up. When Li Tsuetsue saw that it was a man in front of her, she wasn't afraid. Instead, she quickly followed Yun Tianqi. But Linda had disappeared from the beginning. She wasn't with them. But at this time, how could Li Tsuetsue care about where that bitch was going? As long as she left the company, she had plenty of ways to torture her. The office has already closed. Why are you still here? A cold light flashed in Yun Tianqi's eyes. Could it be that the switch just now was triggered by this person? The man was still looking down. I'm looking for something. Have you seen it? Looking for something? Yun Tianqi frowned. What are you looking for? I'm looking for. The man's hunched body gradually straightened up. He turned his head in an unusual posture, but his body didn't move. Chapter 22-27. I'm looking for my eyes. Can you see them? Ah! A scream resounded in the office. Li Tsuetsue felt as if her heart had stopped beating. She looked at the man who had appeared in front of her with a pale face. The man was also badly mutilated, and his face was indistinguishable. A pair of skeletal eyes were bleeding, and the corners of his mouth were cracked. His mouth was so big that it could swallow a person. Ah, my eyes. The man smiled. My eyes were in your hands. Give them back to me. Hearing the man's sinister words, Li Tsuetsue lowered her head. Suddenly, she saw that the man was holding 2 eyeballs in his hands. She was so scared that she immediately threw them away and knelt down. Brother, please don't come looking for us. I know I was wrong. I'll burn incense for you when I go back. Please don't scare me. Even though she could not see the man's face clearly, she could tell his identity from his figure. Moreover, the assassin they had sent had indeed gouged out his eyes. Even his face had been chopped off by the assassin she had sent. I finally found my eyes. Thank you. The man's tone was polite, but his voice was sinister. However, where is my daughter? I still have a daughter. Didn't you promise to take care of her? Can you give my daughter back to me? Give her back to me. The man's figure floated to Yun Tianqi's side. His expression was ferocious and terrifying. I want my daughter. I want my daughter. Yun Tianqi, who had been greatly frightened, finally came back to his senses. He let out a terrified cry. Brother, is it you? Are you really back? Give me back my daughter. Give me back. Another gloomy voice rang out. A woman in white floated over and strangled Yun Tianqi's neck with both hands. You heartless bastards. You killed my people, stole my money, and abused my daughter. Cough, cough. In the woman's hands, Yun Tianqi felt breathless. His face was red as he looked at the woman in front of him, whose face was covered in blood, in horror. Sister-in-law, I was wrong. Li Tsuetsue did not lie to him. They really came back for revenge. Ha ha ha. The woman let out a series of sneers. Apologize? I will wait for you to come to Hades and apologize to us. Yun Tianqi's eyes began to roll, and his mind went blank. He did not know how much time had passed. Just when he thought he was going to die, the hand that was strangling her loosened. Yun Tianqi opened his eyes and found that the 2 ghosts in front of him had disappeared. He quickly touched his neck and took a deep breath when he felt the fresh air. We are still alive? The feeling of being alive was so good. Let's go. If we don't leave now, we won't make it. After saying that, Yun Tianqi hurriedly strode into the elevator. After Li Tsuetsue came in, he pressed the button for the first floor. Yun Tianqi heaved a sigh of relief when he sensed the speed at which the elevator was descending. However, before he could completely vent his anger, he suddenly realized that although the elevator was descending, the button was still on the 10th floor. What was going on? I can't leave. Lu Tsuetsue sneered, none of us can leave today. They won't let us go. Shut up. Yun Tianqi roared angrily. His eyes were bloodshot as he pressed the button for the first floor fiercely. I don't believe that we can't get out of here. It's just a ghost. Can a dead person fight against a living person? Chapter 22-28. Li Tsuetsue smiled coldly and closed her eyes. She sat quietly in the corner of the elevator as her entire body trembled. Yun Medical Company. Not far away, two transparent figures stood under a tree. Under the moonlight, their faces were no longer as ferocious as before. Their faces had returned to normal and were filled with gentleness. Xiao Luofeng, we've already given these two a scare. I'm guessing they're about to break down. The woman giggled. Her laughter was filled with joy. In the end, it turned into a soft sigh. However, it's time for us to go. Mom. Yun Luofeng held the woman's hand tightly. When the time comes, I'll come and see you again. Miao Fang laughed. Our wish has been fulfilled. You won't be able to go where we're going. If fate wills it, we'll meet again in our next lives. With that, their figures became more and more transparent until they disappeared. Yun Luofeng watched them leave. The corners of his lips curled into a slight smile. No one can stop me from going anywhere I want in the 7 continents. Do you think I'll be restricted in China? Yun Xiao, let's go. With that, she slowly turned around and left in the direction they came from. At that moment, Li Tsuetsue and Yun Tianqi had no idea that Yunling and Miao Fang had already left. However, Miao Fang had found some kids nearby to prank them and prevent them from leaving the elevator. That night's torture was enough to make them suffer. Of course, the truth was the same. When someone came to the company the next day, they found Li Tsuetsue curled up in a corner of the elevator on the first floor. Meanwhile, Yun Tianqi was pressing the elevator button with a crazed look on his face. His eyes were filled with fear. When he realized that the elevator door had opened, he rushed out like a madman and laughed. His crazed expression shocked everyone who came to the company. I'm free. I'm finally free. He laughed out loud, his bloodshot eyes filled with malevolence. Although Li Tsuetsue did not show anything, she kept muttering to herself, Miao Fang, don't look for me. This has nothing to do with me. I didn't mean to kill you, kill me. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly called the police. Someone else went to the surveillance room to see what had happened. However, after seeing what happened in the elevator last night, everyone was puzzled. The elevator had already descended to the first floor. Why was Yun Tianqi still pressing the button crazily? It was as if there was something terrifying in the elevator. Soon, the police arrived. The words that Li Tsuetsue said when she had a mental breakdown had become evidence of her harming others. They began to investigate the matter thoroughly. Originally, with the Li family's wealth, wanting to fish Li Tsuetsue out wouldn't be much of a problem. Unfortunately, Nangong Yuni had already informed the Nangong family's old patriarch. The old patriarch also spoke to the police chief, and this matter was treated as an important case for investigation. He wouldn't have known if he hadn't investigated, but once he did, he was shocked. First, someone brought out evidence of Li Tsuetsue framing Fu Ru 5 years ago, and then someone passed on the scene in the cafe's toilet to the police station. Of course, the part where Miao Fang appeared to scare people was deleted. Later, through Li Tsuetsue's own words, the police found out that she and Yun Tianqi had hired a hitman to kill people many years ago, forcibly occupied her brother's property, and even framed and drove Yun Luofeng, the only daughter of her brother's family, out of the family. All of a sudden, the news spread all over the internet. Many people demanded that Yun Tianqi and his wife be severely punished. Otherwise, they would feel sorry for the people they had hurt. Chapter 22-29. At the same time, Linda came too. She hadn't worked for nothing in the past year. Not only had she caused a rift between Li Tsuetsue and her husband, but she had also obtained evidence of Yun Tianqi's son's murder. As a result, Yun Tianqi's son was sent back to China, and the deputy director of the police station who had covered up for him was also locked up. Not only that, but the Li family, which had both legal and illegal connections, was also exposed for bribery and gun possession. Therefore, the Commission for Discipline Inspection immediately came looking for them. Fu Ru's grievances were cleared, and the scandal that had been exposed no longer existed. Unfortunately, Yun Luofeng didn't plan on letting off the reporters who had been paid off. He uploaded the photos of the reporters and the person in charge of the Yun group online. Since Fu Ru had been framed by Li Tsuetsue, the fact that the reporters were in contact with the Yun family proved that they were innocent. Suddenly, the company that the reporters worked for became the target of the public's attention, and it was impossible for them to develop in the future. "Mother, can we finally go?" Seeing that everything had been settled, Yun Yanfeng blinked her big watery eyes and asked expectantly. Yun Luofeng smiled. "I still need to go somewhere. I need to meet someone." After saying this, Yun Luofeng immediately left the room. She did not say a word to Yun Xiao as she walked out the door. Meanwhile, in the prison, Li Tsuetsue's hair was disheveled, and she looked disheveled. She curled up into a ball and shivered. "Number 27, someone is looking for you." Suddenly, a cold voice came from outside the door. Li Tsuetsue's lips trembled, but she was dragged out of the prison. As soon as she reached the door of the meeting room, Li Tsuetsue saw Yun Tianqi walking in from the other direction. Her throat was a little dry, and her eyes were filled with regret. "Why are you so slow? Hurry up and leave." The prison guard kicked Yun Tianqi. "I didn't expect such a cruel person to exist in this world. He killed his brother and sister-in-law, robbed them of their money, and even chased their only daughter out of the family. TSK, I remember the news from more than a decade ago. These two shameless things even said that they donated all their money. They even claimed that their niece wanted to murder their son, so they had no choice but to send her to the orphanage. I think they wanted to take other people's money but were unwilling to raise their daughter, so they came up with this trick. Executing such people is letting them off too lightly. They should be punished with the most extreme torture. Unfortunately, the Qing dynasty has fallen, and torture no longer exists." Hearing the words of these prison guards, Li Tsuetsue bit her lips tightly. She wanted to say something, but she was suddenly pushed into the door. Inside the room, the woman was slowly sipping tea at the table. The corners of her lips curled into a smile. Perhaps she had sensed the people who had entered the room. She raised her head slightly, revealing her stunning face to Li Tsuetsue and Yun Tianqi. "It's you?" Li Tsuetsue's expression changed and she took a few steps back. "You can't still be alive. Wasn't she supposed to be dead? Why was she here? Nothing is impossible in this world." Yun Luofeng slowly got up and walked toward the two of them. "I'm back. Don't you welcome me?" Li Tsuetsue's expression changed. "Are you behind all this? You can say yes, but you can also say no." Yun Luofeng smiled. "I'm just scaring you. It's really my parents who died because of you." At that moment, two hideous faces appeared in Li Tsuetsue's mind again. She was so frightened that her heart trembled, and she subconsciously took 2 steps back. Chapter 22:30. Yun Luofeng, I never thought that you would come back. If he had known that this woman would bring such a disaster upon them, he would not have let her off that year. I'm here to tell you that I'm back. Also. Yun Luofeng was stunned. She then raised the corners of her lips. I'm the boss behind the Miracle Doctor's Medicine Hall. Boom. Yun Tianqi was dumbfounded. He stared at the beautiful face in astonishment. His face turned pale as he asked, Did you say that you're the boss behind the Miracle Doctor's Medicine Hall? That's right. However, I never thought that you would cause trouble for the Miracle Doctor's Medicine Hall so soon. Yun Luofeng raised the corners of her lips and a smile appeared on her face. Since we've met, if you're lucky, perhaps we won't meet again. However, that was only a possibility. After saying this, Yun Luofeng no longer paid any attention to the two people with ugly expressions in the room and walked out. Yun Tianqi was in a daze. He clutched his head tightly with a pained expression on his face. It's over. We're all finished. They had committed so many crimes that the law would never forgive them. Humph. Li Tsuetsue scoffed. Her gaze was ferocious as she said, That bitch Miao Feng actually dared to scare me. I'll settle the score with that bitch when I'm in hell. Two police officers led Li Tsuetsue and Yin Tianqi to their respective cells. However, someone soon came to inform her that her daughter had arrived. Logically speaking, Li Tsuetsue should not be allowed to visit her in prison due to her serious crimes. However, Yun Shuolian was only a child. She would definitely be sent to an orphanage in the future. Hence, the court allowed her to visit her one last time. Mother. Yun Shuolian ran into Li Tsuetsue's arms the moment she saw her. Tears streamed down her face as she said, "Mother, those people are going to send me to an orphanage. I'm so scared. You and father can't leave me behind." Shuolian. Li Tsuetsue lowered her eyelids as a malicious light flashed across her eyes. "Mama will no longer be able to stay by your side in the future. Remember one thing, your enemy is Yun Luofeng. It was he who caused the deaths of your parents and made you an orphan. Dad and Mom were framed by her. She even bribed the people in the police station. If you have the chance in the future, you must avenge Mom." Yun Shuolian raised her little face. Her face was full of tears and she looked very confused. "Mommy, I don't understand what I'm doing. There's a photo in my hometown. The woman in that photo is Yun Luofeng. Remember her appearance. When you grow up, you must avenge your mother." "Mom," the little girl held on to Li Tsuetsue's sleeves tightly and cried miserably. "No, I don't want you and Dad to leave, and I don't want to go to the orphanage. Those people will bully me." "Shuolian, listen to me." Li Tsuetsue lowered her head and stroked Yun Shuolian's head. She sneered, "Yun Luofeng is the evil one. He is wicked beyond redemption. If you have the chance, don't let him go." Yun Shuolian's body trembled as she bit her lips. At this moment, it was time to visit the prisoner. Two policemen dragged Li Tsuetsue away. "Mom." Yun Shuolian ran towards Li Tsuetsue. Her small body accidentally fell to the ground and she wailed bitterly. She watched as the prison guards dragged Li Tsuetsue away. Her large eyes were filled with intense hatred. Why does mother have to suffer like this? Why is the real evil person getting away scot-free? I want revenge. I want to avenge my parents. Chapter 22:31. Huaxia Foreign Chapters. Yun Shuolian crawled up from the ground. Her pale little face was full of tears as she silently walked towards the door. At that moment, Yun Luofeng, who had already left the prison, did not know about the things that Li Tsuetsue had handed to Yun Shuolian. Even if she knew, she probably wouldn't care. Luofeng. Just as he reached the entrance of the Miracle Doctor's medicine hall, he met Nangong Yuni and Hong Wan. The two of them turned their heads and saw Yun Luofeng. Their hearts filled with joy as they welcomed him. "Luofeng, why are you here?" Hong Wan hooked Yun Luofeng's arm and asked with a smile. "We're about to leave. I still have some things to tell you." Yun Luofeng curled his lips and slowly walked towards the Miracle Doctor's medicine hall. At that moment, there was still a guest in the Miracle Doctor's medicine hall. When he saw that guest, a strange light flashed across Yun Luofeng's eyes. The woman who was entangled with Xue Dong also noticed that someone had arrived. She turned her head and looked. When she saw Nangong Yuni's handsome face, a look of astonishment flashed across her eyes. "It's you? Wasn't this the poor boy whom she had rejected back at Huaxia University? Why was he here now? Chi, who is he?" The handsome man beside the woman also saw Nangong Yuni walking over. He frowned and pulled Liang Qi into his arms as he asked provocatively. Liang Qi bit her lip. "He's just one of my pursuers. Back then, he was involved in the Huaxia University laboratory explosion. However, some time ago, someone told me that he was still alive. I didn't believe it. I never thought that he would really come back. To be honest, Liang Qi used to have a good impression of Nangong Yuni. However, her good impression was eventually defeated by reality. She was born poor and only wanted to find a piece of bread to marry. No matter how good Nangong Yuni's impression was, she couldn't possibly accept a poor boy. Oh, so he's your former pursuer. How's his family situation?" The man raised his head arrogantly and sized up Nangong Yuni. A look of disdain flashed across his eyes. His family situation is rather ordinary. Ordinary? Then he's a poor boy? Such a poor boy still dares to woo a woman? The man sneered twice, his eyes constantly sweeping over Yun Luofeng and Hong Wan, who were standing beside Nangong Yuni. Nangong Yuni's expression darkened bit by bit, but before he could speak, Yun Luofeng's voice rang out from the side. Shui Dong, chase these two out. You. The man's expression changed. This godly doctor's medicine hall is open for business, of course it's to earn money. I have plenty of money, if they dare to kick me out, I can make this shop close. Liang Qi grabbed the man's arm and said, Brother Nan, let's not cause any trouble. Let's go. Why should I leave? The man's cold eyes swept over Nangong Yuni. Brat, you dare to chase after this father's woman, you must apologize to this father. When Liang Qi saw that the man was unwilling to leave, she continuously gave Nangong Yuni a meaningful look. Nangong, apologize to Brother Nan and have him let you go. Otherwise, I won't be able to help you. Towards Nangong Yuni, she once had feelings for him. Although she didn't accept him, she couldn't harden her heart towards a man who had a good impression of her. Tisk, Hong Wan laughed. Her smile was filled with ridicule. Today, I've learned something new. My man didn't even say a word and you're forcing him to apologize? Chapter 22:32. Hearing this, Liang Qi was stunned. She then looked at Hong Wan. She knew Yun Luofeng, but this was her first time meeting this woman. The woman in front of him was extremely beautiful. Her red dress accentuated her figure perfectly. There was a smile in her almond-shaped eyes and the corners of her lips curled up into a smile. Nangong, is she your wife? Liang Qi pursed her lips. Why haven't I seen her when I was at Huaxia University? Which school did she graduate from? I've never gone to school. Because she only knew how to fight, you didn't go to school? Liang Qi was stunned. She said bitterly, in any case, we were classmates. I can't bear to see you fall like this. You were so outstanding that you wanted to work hard. Why did you marry such a woman? She doesn't deserve you at all. Even if she didn't want Nangong Yuni, she definitely didn't want to see Nangong Yuni bring a woman to bully her. Nangong Yuni's eyes flashed with disappointment. He wondered if he had been blind to fall in love with such a snobbish woman. Nangong, seeing that Nangong Yuni didn't say anything, Liang Qi wanted to speak again. But who knew that Nangong Yuni would suddenly step forward, grab her by the collar and throw her away. At this moment, there were many people in the miracle doctor's medicine hall. When they saw Nangong Yuni's actions, they were shocked. They hurriedly scattered to the side, allowing Liang Qi's body to fall heavily into the crowd. You. Liang Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. She looked at Nangong Yuni in astonishment. Her face was pale and her entire body trembled. I've never hit a woman, but I've made an exception for you. Nangong Yuni sneered, do you really think you're something? How dare you criticize Luan? Even if you spend 1,000 years, you won't be able to learn what she knows. So what if you're in university? My Luan can crush you with one finger. The corner of Hong Luan's mouth twitched. Why did she feel like Nangong Yuni was describing her as a shrew? Brother Nan. Liang Qi's body trembled in anger and she cried out in grievance. Her aggrieved voice brought the man called Brother Nan back to his senses. He aggressively charged towards Nangong Yuni. How dare you touch my woman? You're courting death. He swung his fist towards Nangong Yuni, but before his fist could reach Nangong Yuni, it was blocked by a lily-white hand. Nangong said that I can crush you to death with one hand, and that's not a lie. Unfortunately, Fallen Maple also said that you can't casually kill people in this place. So, you should thank the rules and regulations of this place for letting you keep your life. After saying that, Hong Luan lifted the man up with one hand and threw him away. Bang! The man fell to the ground in a sorry state. His face was ashen and he was ashamed. Police. Suddenly, at this time, a police siren came from outside the door. After a while, a group of policemen rushed into the pharmacy and asked, "Who called the police just now?" Shui Dong raised his hand weakly. "It's me." If he had known that Nangong Yuni and his woman were so powerful, he wouldn't have called the police. "What's the matter?" the leading policeman asked coldly. Shui Dong pointed at Brother Nan and Liang Qi, who were lying on the ground. "They're the ones causing trouble in the Miracle Doctor's Medicine Hall." In today's China, the Miracle Doctor's Medicine Hall had an extremely high status. It was only because of the elixirs provided by the Miracle Doctor's Medicine Hall that made China's military power even stronger. So, when they heard that someone was causing trouble in the Miracle Doctor's Medicine Hall, the group of policemen didn't dare to be negligent. Chapter 2233. "Officer," Liang Qi got up from the ground and said aggrievedly, "they were the ones who did it. We're innocent." Following the direction that Liang Qi had pointed, the leading police officer saw Nangong Yuni and the others. His eyes flashed with surprise, and he hurriedly walked up to them. "Young Master Nangong, why are you here?" "Young Master Nangong?" Liang Qi's lips trembled and her face turned pale. What was going on? How did Nangong Yuni become a young master? "It's nothing. Some people came to the medicinal hall to cause trouble. I have already taught them a lesson," Nangong Yuni said indifferently with his hands behind his back. "That's good. Do I need to bring these people to the police station?" "There's no need. Just let them leave." Nangong Yuni's lips curled up indifferently. "I don't want them to disturb us." "Understood." Several policemen heard Nangong Yuni's words and immediately drove Liang Qi and Brother Nan out. At that moment, Liang Qi asked with a blank expression, "Officer, may I ask what is Nangong Yuni's identity?" The policeman looked at Liang Qi with disdain. "You don't even know young Master Nangong, and you still dare to go against her?" "This young Master Nangong is the only son of the Nangong family, the eldest young master of the Nangong group, and also the grandson of the old chief." Boom! As if struck by lightning, Liang Qi's body trembled and she almost collapsed to the ground. It was at this time that she heard Yun Luofeng's voice. Although Yun Luofeng wasn't talking to her, the contents of his words caused her to freeze in place. "Shui Dong, I came here to tell you one thing. Nangong and the others are about to leave. Right now, the shares of the Godly Doctor Medicine Hall are held by my old Master Ru." She had another motive for setting up the Miracle Doctor's Medicine Hall, and that was to ensure that her teacher would not have to worry about food and clothing in the future. "Okay, I understand. Don't worry, I will manage the medicinal hall well." Shui Dong's voice was full of confidence. Yun Luofeng nodded slightly. "All right, I will send people to bring you spirit medicines from time to time in the future, but I won't be coming back." Shui Dong was stunned. She had thought that Yun Luofeng would only leave for a short time. She had not expected that he would never return. Chapter 2188. However, Shui Dong did not even have the chance to ask a single question. Yun Luofeng had already walked out of the medicinal hall. Her speed was so fast that she disappeared in the blink of an eye, and no one could come back to their senses. Liang Qi looked in the direction that Nangong Yuni and Yun Luofeng had left, and her expression was complicated. If she had known about Nangong Yuni's identity earlier, she wouldn't have rejected him. More importantly, the boss of this Miracle Doctor Medicine Hall was actually Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng and Nangong Yuni had always been like brothers. If he had accepted Nangong Yuni back then, would this Miracle Doctor Medicinal Hall also have a share of her? However, no matter how much Liang Qi regretted it, it was useless. From afar, Yun Luofeng saw Yun Shao waiting for her at the door. When he saw her appear, the man's grim features lit up with a smile. "There are 2 more days before their execution. After they execute them, I'll take you to a place." Yun Luofeng was startled and nodded slightly. Okay. She would never be able to return after leaving this time, so she naturally had to use these 2 days to bid farewell to her master. Furthermore, Nangong Yuni also needed time to spend with old man Nangong. 2 days was a very short period of time. It passed in the blink of an eye. After 2 days, Yun Luofeng, Fu Ru, and the others had their last meal and decided to leave this place. Chapter 22:34. However, Yun Luofeng's lips curled up at the thought of Yun Zhao's words. Yun Xiao, where are you taking us? You'll know later. Yun Xiao smiled mysteriously and hugged Yun Luofeng in her arms. Yun Nianfeng and Yun Chutian stood on both sides. Let's go. He should be waiting for us. Just as they walked out of the neighborhood, Yun Luofeng bumped into a flustered little girl. The little girl was dressed in a pink doll costume and was holding a doll in her hands. Her butt hurt from the impact, and tears almost fell from her eyes. It's her. Yun Nianfeng frowned when he saw the girl, and a hint of suspicion flashed across his eyes. Why is she here? You know her? Yun Luofeng turned to look at Yun Nianfeng, and a glint flashed across his eyes. Yun Nianfeng nodded. She's my classmate. I bumped into her and was even scolded by a crazy woman. Crazy woman? Yun Luofeng smiled coldly and turned to look at the little girl. She saw a hint of hatred in the little girl's eyes. Let's go. Yun Luofeng didn't bother with the little girl anymore and continued walking forward. The little girl stood quietly behind him and looked hatefully in the direction Yun Luofeng left. She's the evil person that Mommy mentioned. But why is this evil person that pretty little brother's mother? But I promised Mommy that I would take revenge. I will. Yun Luofeng and the rest were already far away, but Yun Chutian seemed to have noticed something. He blinked. Daddy, Mommy, do you know that little girl? Yun Luofeng paused and said, she's Li Tsuetsue's daughter. Yun Chutian tilted his head. Are we going to let her go? It's okay. We'll leave soon. Don't worry about her. She was just a little girl. She didn't care too much. Yun Xiao, where are we going? Yun Luofeng turned and asked. Yun Xiao smiled mysteriously. You'll know soon. Indeed, Yun Luofeng would know soon. Under a street lamp not far away, a man in a heavy black robe with a tongue hanging out of his mouth was looking around. His gaze suddenly swept over Yun Luofeng's family of 4. He was so frightened that his whole body trembled, and his originally pale face became even paler. You're here? Black Impermanence? Yun Luofeng was a little surprised. What did you do to him for him to be so afraid of you? I only asked him how to get to Hades, but he didn't answer me. Yun Xiao had only learned about the King of Hell's Hall from reading through the books of Huaxia. It was similar to the underworld of the 7 continents. He didn't answer you, so you beat him up? Yun Luofeng blinked. Looking at Yun Luofeng's expression, Yun Xiao hesitated for a moment before nodding seriously. I didn't use too much strength. Otherwise, he would have been annihilated. Hearing this, the Black Impermanence wanted to cry. Not only did this bastard beat him up, he even rushed to Hades and beat him up, all so that Hades could find the best job for the 2 ghosts in the underworld. But after what he did, who would dare to bully the 2 ghosts in the future? This. Sir, our King of Hell is already waiting for you. However, I still have to go capture 2 souls. When the time comes, I'll meet you here. Chapter 22:35. Yun Luofeng nodded. The 2 souls you're going to capture, are they called Yun Tianqi and Li Tsuetsue? The Black Impermanence was very surprised. How did you know? Because, they happen to have a grudge against me. Yun Luofeng rubbed his chin and replied with a smile. The Black Impermanence's whole body trembled. I know what to do. Since they had a grudge against her, shouldn't they be treated well? After thinking for a moment, the Black Impermanence said, how about we discuss the 18 levels of hell with them? Do as you see fit. When the time comes, let my parents supervise. The grudges of the world can continue to be resolved in the underworld. Anyway, she still owes her parents. By the way, I still haven't asked. Why did you let my parents wander the world for 20 years despite your responsibilities? This. The Black Impermanence wiped his cold sweat. We can only restrain those who are willing to report to Yama Palace. For those like your parents who still have unfulfilled wishes, we can't do anything. After all, Yama Palace is different from before. We can't forcibly detain souls. Okay, then go. Yun Luofeng smiled faintly. The black impermanence hurriedly cupped his hands. His body floated and quickly disappeared in front of their eyes. A moment later, he was dragging a chain in his hand. Behind the chain were two people, and he was walking over. The moment Li Tsuetsue saw Yun Luofeng, she was shocked and screamed, "Why are you here?" Yun Luofeng smiled lightly. "Of course, to go to Yama Palace with you." "What?" Li Tsuetsue was stunned at first, then laughed loudly. "So you're already dead?" "Humph, as expected, evil people get what they deserve. I was wondering why I saw you here." Bang! The black impermanence lashed out with his whip and shouted, "What nonsense are you saying? These lords are guests of Yama Palace. Do you think that they can only go after dying like you? They're going to see their parents this time. We, the King of Hell, have found jobs for their parents for the sake of the lords. As for the rest of you, go to the 18th level of hell to enjoy." Li Tsuetsue's eyes widened in shock. Her pale face was filled with fear. "No, I'm not going to Yama Palace. I want to leave. Let me go. Put Miao Fong and her husband on duty in the King of Hell? What good days would he have if he went there? Hee, it's been a long time since we, the King of Hell Palace, forcibly kept a soul. But for you guys, even if you don't want to go, you'll still have to go." Black impermanence tightened the chains in his hands and smiled at Yun Luofeng. "My lords, let's go." "All right." Yun Luofeng nodded. After she saw her parents, she needed to leave this continent. Perhaps someone had already informed Miao Fong and her husband, as they were already waiting outside to welcome them. When they saw Yun Luofeng and the other three walking over with black impermanence, a look of joy flashed across their eyes. "These two children are your children?" Miao Fong's gaze was very gentle. After so many years, his daughter had finally gotten married. They could rest assured now, "Mom, Dad, I'm here. I've even brought your enemies with me." Yun Luofeng stepped aside, revealing Yun Tianqi and Li Tsuetsue who were following closely behind. "In this King of Hell's palace, you can take revenge however you want. You don't have to worry too much." Chapter 2236. Miao Fong was stunned. She raised her head and looked at Li Tsuetsue's pale face. She sneered, "Li Tsuetsue, I didn't expect this to happen to you." Li Tsuetsue took a step back. "I didn't do it on purpose back then. I've already paid with my life. Can't you let me go? You took my money and chased my daughter away. You made my daughter suffer so much. How can I let you go?" Miao Fong sneered. "But there's still time. I'll settle the score with you bit by bit." Compared to Li Tsuetsue's fear, Yun Tianqi looked a little awkward. He lowered his head and did not dare to look at his older brother. "Tianqi, you really disappoint me." Yun Ling shook his head and sighed. "Back then, our parents died early and left us behind. I was the one who single-handedly brought you up. I was also the one who gave up my studies to support you in school. In the end, this is how you treat me? How dare you say that?" Tianqi's company had some problems back then. If you hadn't refused to lend us money, we wouldn't have done anything to you. The Li family believed that a married daughter was like spilled water, so they refused to lend Yun Tianqi money. From their point of view, it was already good enough that they were willing to help Yun Tianqi when he was setting up his company. Borrow money? No way. Li Tsuetsue and her husband finally found Yun Tianqi. Who knew that Yun Tianqi would reject them? In the end, they hardened their hearts and took his assets. Yun Ling closed his eyes and did not say another word. Did he really refuse to lend Yun Tianqi money back then because the company was in trouble? Not because he borrowed money from the loan sharks. But since they had killed him and Miao Fong because of this, their friendship had come to an end. "Mom, Dad, don't worry about them. Let black impermanence bring them to the 18 levels of hell. Let's have a good talk. I'll be leaving soon, alright, alright. Miao Fang's expression became gentle again. Hades is treating us well now. He even gave us a house. Let's go to my house and have a seat. Miao Fang then dragged Yun Luofeng and the rest away. Li Tsuetsue's shrill voice came from behind. Miao Fang, you ungrateful bitch. I've already paid with my life, yet you're still treating me like this. You'll die a horrible death. Miao Fang stopped in her tracks and sneered. Without saying anything else, she walked forward on her own. Because the door to the 7 continents was about to open again, Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao did not stay in the underworld for too long. After a short interaction, they left under the reluctant gazes of Miao Fang and her husband. After returning to the place where the door opened, a ray of light flashed, and after a while, the azure sky of the 7 continents appeared in front of them. Breathing in the familiar air of the continent, Yun Luofeng stretched lazily, the corners of his lips curling up in an evil manner. 7 continents, I'm finally back. Yun Xiao gently hugged Yun Luofeng's waist, her eyes smiling. They must have waited for a long time. Let's go home. Yes, home. The corners of Yun Luofeng's lips curled into a smile. She looked at Yun Nianfeng and Yun Shutian beside her, then at the man who had been following behind her since the beginning. Her expression was one of satisfaction. All right, let's go home. Grandpa Sheng and the others must have been waiting for her for a long time. Now, they were finally back. What's more, everything in Huaxia had been arranged. She no longer had to worry about her master's life. Yun Nianfeng had already run into the distance, but when he saw that Yun Luofeng and the rest hadn't caught up, he turned around and waved at the people behind him. Mother, let's go, let's go. Yun Xiao gently hugged Yun Luofeng's waist, then carried Yun Shutian. Their figures flashed, and they chased after Yun Nianfeng. Under the blue sky, only a few silhouettes were left behind, until these people disappeared without a trace. Chapter 2237. The 7 Continents. The June family. In the courtyard, peach blossoms were everywhere. The young man's white robe fluttered in the wind, and he was extremely handsome. He held a jade flute in his hand, and beautiful music rippled under the peach blossom tree, causing a group of spirit beasts to dance with him. Suddenly, a pair of cold hands covered his eyes, and a young girl's charming laughter came from behind. Brother Nianfeng, guess who I am? Hearing the young girl's charming laughter, a smile hung on the corner of the young man's lips. He put away the jade flute in his hand, and his voice was warm and moving. You've already called me brother, how can I not guess who you are? Really not fun. Yun Shutian let go of his hand, pouted, and walked to Yun Nianfeng. She grabbed Yun Nianfeng's collar and desperately sniffed his scent like a puppy. What are you doing? Yun Nianfeng asked helplessly. After a while, Yun Shutian let go of the young man in front of her and tilted her head. I'm just checking to see if you've gone to look for other women. Brother Nianfeng, mother said that you want to marry me. Tian doesn't allow Brother Nianfeng to look for other women, not even a glance. She pouted and pulled Yun Nianfeng's sleeve, afraid that the young man in front of her would be snatched away. Yun Nianfeng caressed the young girl's little head, and there was a doting smile at the corner of his mouth. You're still young. When you grow up, if you're still willing to marry me, why not? Hearing this, Yun Shutian's little face immediately fell, and she pulled Yun Nianfeng's sleeve pitifully. Brother Nianfeng, I'm not young anymore, and you're only older than me by a year. There are so many women who like you now, and you're so lustful. What if someone snatches you away? The corner of Yun Nianfeng's mouth twitched. I'm lustful? Who said that? Mother, she said that when you were young, you often stole the underwear of maids and peeked at women bathing. Moreover, Yun Nianfeng's face darkened, and his handsome face was a little awkward. How many years ago was that? I haven't done this kind of thing for a long time. Why does mother remember it so clearly? More importantly, he had long forgotten about those things. Mother said that you were very lecherous in your previous life. That's why you made so many mistakes when you were born in this life. Mother also said that it was her who twisted your character. Otherwise, you would probably be a heartless man now. Moreover, before Yun Chu Tian could finish speaking, she was pulled into Yun Yanfeng's arms and hurriedly covered her little mouth. Boo-hoo. She blinked her big watery eyes and looked up at the youth in front of her. Her expression was pitiful, and Yun Yanfeng couldn't bear to look at her. He warned, "If you don't say those things again, I'll let you go." Hearing this, Yun Chu Tian hurriedly nodded and looked at him with teary eyes. With the girl's assurance, Yun Yanfeng finally let her go. The corners of his lips curled up. "Don't believe what mother says in the future. I'm definitely not as bad as she says." "I believe you," Yun Chu Tian said coquettishly. Suddenly, while Yun Yanfeng wasn't paying attention, she quickly kissed him on the lips. Her body quickly retreated a few steps, and she blinked her big eyes. "Brother Yanfeng, I've stamped your lips. From now on, you're mine. You can't escape for the rest of your life." Yun Yanfeng was stunned. His fingers gently touched his lips, and the warm temperature made his eyes full of smiles. Chapter 22:38. Yanfeng, I didn't expect you to get married so soon. An evil laugh came from behind. Yun Yanfeng turned around and saw a handsome man slowly walking toward him. He had an evil smile on his face, and his eyes were filled with congratulations. "Uncle Xia." Yun Yanfeng smiled faintly. "Chu Tian is still young and doesn't know what feelings are. I need to wait for him to grow up so that he won't regret it in the future. Don't underestimate Chu Tian. That girl is also a stubborn person. Since she has set her mind on you, I'm afraid she won't leave you in this lifetime." Yi Xia walked forward and patted Yun Yanfeng's shoulder. "However, I didn't expect that I'll become a granduncle so soon." Yi Xia was Jun Fengling and Yi Jingchen's twins. If Yun Yanfeng had a child, he would have to call him granduncle. He was less than 30 years old and didn't even have a wife, but he was about to become a granduncle. That was really a big seniority. "Let's go have a drink." Yi Xia hugged Yun Yanfeng's shoulder and walked out. Yun Xiao, at this moment, Yun Luofeng leaned against Yun Zhao's shoulder on the fake mountain. She smiled as she looked at the azure sky. Her voice was a little distant, and the memories in her mind returned to the year they first met, along with the face that had never changed. "We've known each other for decades. Time passed so quickly. Since she was 15, this man had been by her side, accompanying her on the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, their children had grown up. But she had never left her side since the beginning. Decades, not long." Yun Xiao hugged the woman's body tightly. "We still have more decades until the end of time." This cold man never said sweet things, but when he did, it was earth-shattering. The corners of Yun Luofeng's lips curled up. She gently hugged Yun Xiao and looked at the sky once again. There was a different feeling. "Mother." Suddenly, a delicate voice came from behind. Yun Luofeng turned his head and saw Yun Chu Tian running over from behind like a nimble butterfly. He immediately rushed into Yun Luofeng's arms. Yun Xiao frowned slightly. He was more tolerant of his daughter. If it was Yun Yanfeng, he would have thrown her out long ago. "What happened?" Yun Luofeng stabilized his body and patted Yun Chu Tian's shoulder. "You're already 14, you don't have to be so reckless." Yun Chu Tian playfully stuck out his tongue. "Daddy, Mommy, I came to find you because I have something to discuss with you." "What is it?" "I want to go back to the Heaven Emperor city to take revenge." She would never forget that when she was 5 years old, she was tied to a pillar by those so-called relatives and was about to be burned at the stake. She would never forget how her sister had stolen all the credit from her and framed her. That year, she swore that she would definitely return to take revenge personally, and she would absolutely not allow those villains to get away scot-free. "Okay." Yun Luofeng hesitated for a while before nodding in agreement. "Mother, don't tell Brother Yanfeng about this. I want to take revenge myself. If he finds out, he'll definitely destroy Heaven Emperor City." Back then, Yanfeng was still young, so Yun Luofeng didn't tell her about this. Yun Chu Tian had always kept it from her, so even now, Yun Yanfeng didn't know that she was almost treated as a witch and burned to death. If he knew, with Yun Nianfeng's impulsiveness, Heaven Emperor's city would have been destroyed by him. At that time, how could she take revenge personally? Chapter 2239. Okay. Yun Luofeng thought for a while and agreed to Yun Shutian's suggestion. Go to Nianfeng for help if you need anything. Thank you, mother. The girl's smile was picturesque. Her eyes and brows were curved, brighter than the moon in the sky. Father, mother, I won't disturb your lovey-dovey anymore. Goodbye. She waved her hand and disappeared from the courtyard like a gust of wind. Yun Luofeng looked in the direction where Yun Shutian disappeared and shook his head helplessly. This girl, Feng, Yun Zhao's voice was low and hoarse, her eyes gentle. We haven't seen each other for 2 days, Yun Luofeng froze. When he regained his senses, he was picked up by the waist by the cold man and walked toward the backyard. After Yun Shutian and Yun Luofeng finished talking, she quietly went back to her room to pack her luggage. It was a pity that Nianfeng hadn't returned yet. She was silent for a while, then took a pen and wrote a letter before leaving quietly. Emperor City. It wasn't far from the June residence. Yun Shutian only took half a day to reach the city. She looked at the familiar grass and trees in the sky Emperor City, and recalled the scene when she was 4 years old. She clenched her fists tightly by her sides, and her eyes were filled with coldness. However, today, the heavenly Emperor City was very festive. Even the faces of the masses were dyed with smiles. Yun Shutian took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in her heart. She grabbed a passerby and asked, "May I ask, did anything happen in Emperor City recently?" The passerby was stopped and was about to get angry. When he looked up, he saw the beautiful girl in front of him and stuttered, Miss, recently is the engagement day of the second princess and the Prime Minister's son. The whole world is celebrating. Not only is the second princess beautiful and kind, but she's also perfect beyond compare." At the mention of the second princess, his stuttering immediately became smooth, and his eyes were filled with admiration. Obviously, the people of Emperor City had a good impression of the second princess. After all, if it wasn't for the second princess, the entire Emperor City would have been buried in the plague 10 years ago. Yun Shutian sneered and slowly closed her eyes. After a long while, she opened them again with a sneer. Second princess, Ouyang Yu. If Ouyang Yu hadn't cheated her of her medical skills, how could she have her current status? And now, she had returned to destroy all of Ouyang Yu's happiness and expose her true colors to the world. Do you know where their wedding will be held? The passerby stared at the beautiful girl in front of him in a daze. Supreme Harmony Hall, the second princess' wedding was a joyous occasion. In the Hall of Supreme Harmony, under the blessings of all the civil and military officials, a woman wearing a phoenix coronet slowly walked in. She held a red embroidered ball in her hand, and the other end of the embroidered ball was held by an extraordinarily handsome man. The man had a faint smile on his face and his gaze was gentle. However, under that gentleness, there was an almost imperceptible indifference. On the high seats, Emperor Ouyang Sun and Empress Li Xian were looking at the newlyweds with satisfaction. They had deep smiles on their faces. First bow to heaven and earth. The two rookies lowered their heads and bowed towards the world. Second bow to your parents. Bow to each other. As the eunuch's shrill voice fell, Ouyang Yu slowly turned around and faced the man who was about to become her husband. She lowered her head once again. Chapter 2240. For into the cave, before he could finish the last word, a dull voice suddenly came from outside the Hall of Supreme Harmony. The crowd didn't know what happened, but the guard who was originally waiting outside the hall fell into the crowd with a bang. Guards. Ouyang Sun's expression changed drastically, and he shouted, "Arrest the assassin. How dare he cause trouble in the palace? He's courting death." Just as the guards were about to move, a pink dress floated in from outside the door, like a falling peach blossom. It was so beautiful that people couldn't look away for a moment. The girl's face was like a peach blossom, and her face was still immature. Her eyebrows were curved, and she was even more beautiful and lively than the crescent moon. A group of guards surrounded the girl, but she didn't seem to notice. Her expression didn't change, and the smile on her lips was full of mockery. Who are you? When Yun Tian left, she was only 4 years old. Now that 10 years had passed, how could Ouyang Sun still recognize his daughter from back then? Yun Tian's lips curled into a smile, and there was a hint of a smile in her charming eyes. I've already forgotten what my name was before, but my current name is Yun Tian. If I had to say something, it would be the girl who was tied to a tree by you and was about to be burned at the stake 10 years ago. Whoosh! Ouyang Sun stood up in shock, and his face instantly turned pale. 10 years ago, Yun Tian was supposed to be burned to death in the Heavenly Emperor City, but at the critical moment, a dragon appeared and took her away. This became Ouyang Sun's nightmare for many years. But now, the source of this nightmare appeared again. It's you. Ouyang Yu took off the phoenix crown and stared coldly at the peach blossom face. She clenched her fists tightly. You actually came back? Are you disappointed that I'm back? Yun Tian looked at Ouyang Yu with a faint smile, and his eyes were cold. Or, are you afraid of something? You. Ouyang Yu was so angry that she almost went crazy. However, in the end, in front of everyone, she suppressed her temper. I always thought that you were eaten by that dragon because I heard that the dragon tribe has the habit of eating humans. They would go around looking for people with stupid talents to enjoy. That's why I was so surprised to see you here. I wonder how you managed to escape from the claws of the dragon tribe. In other words, Yun Tian's talent was stupid, so it was impossible for her to be related to the dragon clan. It was only because the dragon clan wanted to eat her that they forcefully kidnapped her. Now that she had returned, it was not because the dragon clan had allowed her to return, but because she had luckily escaped. Whatever you say. Yun Tian shrugged. I won't leave before I completely destroy you this time. As soon as she finished speaking, she winked at the groom, who was dressed in wedding clothes. Your taste is really bad. How did you fall for a woman like Ouyang Yu? Looking at the girl's bright smile, Wang Haotian blushed and his heart unconsciously started to beat faster. I don't want to marry her. My father told me to. That's why I married her. It was definitely not because his taste was bad. Wang Haotian. Ouyang Yu was furious. As a princess of the royal family, it was already a feat for him to marry the son of a prime minister. In the end, he still said such words in public. I let you escape back then, and now you still dare to come to our imperial city and act presumptuously. Ouyang Sun stood up angrily and slammed his palm on the table. Someone, take this girl down. Yes. Chapter 2241. The group of guards quickly took out their weapons and attacked Yun Tian. Miss Tian, be careful. Wang Haotian's expression changed as he hurriedly said. However, the next scene scared everyone to the point that their hearts stopped beating. The girl waved her long sleeves, and a light breeze spread from her body. The group of guards couldn't even get within 10 meters of her, let alone hurt her. As soon as they took 2 steps forward, they were separated by the girl's light breeze. If they tried to force their way forward, they would end up bleeding from their orifices. Ouyang Sun's expression darkened. When will the elders come out of seclusion? When did this last become so powerful? Other than the few elders of the royal family, no one else would be a match for her. No matter how many guards came forward, even the general rushed forward, they couldn't even touch the corner of her clothes. Your Majesty, the elders will come out of seclusion in a month, and they said that no matter what happens within a month, they can't be disturbed. The eunuch wiped the sweat off his forehead and said with a trembling voice. Another month? Ouyang Sun's face darkened. This girl must have obtained some opportunities outside, which made her strength increase a lot. Now let's stabilize her. When the elders come out of their closed-door training, let several elders kill her. After thinking for a while, Ouyang Sun clenched his fists tightly and shouted, all of you, stop. As soon as he finished speaking, the people who besieged Yun Tian dispersed and respectfully waited for Ouyang Sun's orders. Looking at the countless dead guards on the ground, the corner of Ouyang Sun's mouth twitched. He had spent a lot of effort to train these guards, but in the end, more than half of them were dead today. He took a deep breath and tried to make his tone as gentle as possible. Xin, I was only joking with you just now. Since you're back, I'll clean up the palace that your mother used to stay in for you to live in. I said, I forgot my previous name. My surname is Yun now, and I'm called Yun Tian. Yang Sun's expression changed. I'm your biological father after all. I've forgiven you for your mistakes, but you actually want to change your name? I only have one father, Yun Xiao. She curled her lips and sneered. Yun Xiao? Yang Sun frowned. He felt that this name was very familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before, but he couldn't remember. Yun Tian. Yang Yu took a deep breath. Since father is willing to forgive you, what else can I say? You were so young, yet you were so vicious that you wanted to poison me. Now that you're older, your heart is even more vicious. You actually killed these guards. However, no one saw how Yun Tian killed them. They only knew that when they came back to their senses, the group of guards had already collapsed. Of course, Yang Yu's words were also directed at Wang Haotian to tell her what kind of person Yun Tian was. She dared to say that Wang Haotian was blind? Those who fell for a vicious woman like Yun Tian were the ones who were truly blind. Yun Tian smiled contemptuously and slowly walked toward Yang Yu. He slightly raised his chin and said condescendingly, Yang Yu, my second sister, you seem to have forgotten the truth behind the poisoning back then. Did I really poison you, or are you trying to take my credit and frame me? Yun's voice, she didn't, of lowering of, so all, and Yun, and. Chapter 2242. Yang Sun's expression was very ugly. You mean you framed you? She even took your credit? You were only 5 years old back then. What could you know with your ability back then? You, was the one who thought of the cure, but you're so vicious that you framed her. I'm too lazy to talk to you guys. Yun Tian's intelligent eyes were smiling. But you want me to live in the palace where my mother used to live. Does this mean that you want me to stay in the cold palace? Yang Sun was stunned. How could he forget that this girl and her mother had been living in the cold palace? Then what do you want? I think the Green Mist Palace where Yang Yu lives is very good. How about you give it to me? Do you know what you're talking about? Yang Sun gritted his teeth. That's your second sister's palace. You don't deserve it. Swoosh. As soon as Yang Sun's voice fell, a cold longsword was placed on his neck. The girl was so fast that Yang Sun didn't even have a chance to react. His eyes were a little shocked. It was the first time he realized that his daughter had changed so much. This strength. Perhaps only those few elders could restrain her. Give it to me, or you'll die. Her eyes were smiling, but her tone was extremely cold, causing Yang Sun's body to tremble. Let go of father. I'll give you the Green Mist Palace. Yang Yu's face was a little pale. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms, but she didn't notice it. You didn't give it to me. I took it with my own ability. Yun Tian retracted his sword and smiled contemptuously. She took the palace with her own ability. How could she say that she gave it to him? I'm hungry. Yun Tian stretched. Remember to prepare the imperial meal for me. Yang Yu, if you want to poison me, you can try. My parents have been giving me medicinal baths since I was young. I'm already immune to all poisons. Yang Yu's thoughts were exposed by Yun Tian. She blushed and felt ashamed. After saying this, Yun Tian walked out of the palace. Miss Tian, wait for me. Wang Haotian took off his wedding clothes and wanted to chase after her. Yang Yu was anxious. She grabbed Wang Haotian's sleeve and asked, What do you want? I don't want to do anything. I'm not getting married. He didn't want to get married in the first place, but his father had decided on the marriage, and the emperor had decreed it, so he couldn't refuse. More importantly, he didn't have anyone he liked, so it didn't matter who he married. But, from the moment Yun Tian entered the Hall of Supreme Harmony, he knew what love at first sight was. Yes, He fell in love with Yun Chu Tian at first sight. Naturally, he did not want to marry Ouyang Yu. Wang Haotian's strength was so great that he directly pushed away Ouyang Yu's hand and ran out. Ouyang Sun was still in shock from what had just happened. He only came back to his senses after Wang Haotian left. At this moment, under the gazes of the civil and military officials, Ouyang Yu was so ashamed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. Her hatred for Yun Chu Tian grew. "Your Majesty, I have failed in disciplining my son. I will go and get him now." The Prime Minister was the first to come back to his senses and said apologetically. Ouyang Sun sighed and waved his hand, ordering the Prime Minister to leave, in the imperial garden. The young girl had a smile on her face. Her peach blossom-like face was rosy. Perhaps she was in a good mood, but her eyes were curved into crescent moons. "Miss Chu Tian." Wang Haotian hurriedly chased after him and shouted. Yun Chu Tian stopped and looked at Wang Haotian strangely. "What do you want from me?" Chapter 2243. Wang Haotian blushed. "Well, Miss Chu Tian, you haven't been back to Emperor City for 10 years. I guess you're not very familiar with this place. I can show you around." Yun Chu Tian was startled. He pursed his thin lips and said, "When I was in the palace, I never stepped out of the palace. The only time I did was when someone tied me to a fire pillar on the street, intending to burn me." She didn't have any good memories in the 4 years she was in Emperor City. Therefore, there was nothing to miss about this place. Wang Haotian scratched his head. "Actually, there are many fun places in Emperor City, and there are many delicious food. Why don't I show you around?" "Delicious food?" Yun Shutian's eyes lit up, and he smiled smartly. "Okay, I like sweet food." Wang Haotian smiled. "There's a tea house with good pastries. I'll take you there." "Thank you. But, isn't it bad for you to leave Ouyang Yu like this?" Yun Chu Tian asked while sucking on his fingers. She came here to destroy Ouyang Yu's happiness, but she couldn't cheat Wang Haotian, could she? She didn't have a grudge against Wang Haotian. "I don't want to marry her." Wang Haotian pursed his thin lips. "I didn't want to marry her from the beginning." Yun Chu Tian raised his chin. "If you don't want to marry her, why didn't you refuse from the beginning? Mother said that if you don't like someone, you can't give them any hope. A marriage made for the sake of making do won't bring happiness to both parties." Wang Haotian looked at the girl's pretty face in a daze. It was the first time he heard someone say these words. Everyone said that it was the order of one's parents and the words of a matchmaker. In this era, it was impossible to choose the person one loved. Therefore, he listened to his parents' orders and married a woman he didn't love. "I don't know." There was a complicated look in his eyes. "No one has ever told me this." Yun Chu Tian raised his chin. "I'm very grateful to my parents. They gave me a superior life and the best education. Also, they let me choose my own marriage." Wang Haotian looked at Yun Chu Tian in a daze. He suddenly had a feeling that she must have been very happy during the 10 years she left. Otherwise, how could a little girl who had gone through such an unforeseen event have such a bright and beautiful smile? "Then, do you have someone you like?" Wang Haotian's heart was in his throat as he nervously looked at Yun Chu Tian. The young man's incomparably handsome face appeared in Yun Chu Tian's mind. His face was like a peach blossom, and his cheeks were blushing. Yes. She liked Brother Ninfeng. In this lifetime, she would only marry him. Wang Haotian lowered his head in disappointment. So, she already had a man she deeply loved. However, such a cute little girl was not bad to be a younger sister. Wang Haotian quickly walked out after consoling himself. He smiled and said, "Let's go. Didn't you say that you were hungry? I'll take you to eat some pastries." "All right." At the mention of food, Yun Chu Tian threw everything to the back of her mind. She giggled and followed Wang Haotian out of the palace. Emperor City. As the most famous tea house in the imperial city, it had long been overcrowded. Fortunately, Wang Haotian was the prime minister's son, so he easily got a private room. However, when those people saw Wang Haotian, who was supposed to be in the middle of his wedding, bring a girl in and out of the tea house, they immediately started discussing. Who is that girl just now? She looks pretty good. Doesn't she know that Wang Haotian is the second princess's husband? She actually went in and out of the tea house with her. Chapter 22:44. Tisk, could this girl be Wang Haotian's concubine? It's said that the concubines in Wang Haotian's residence are all very beautiful. I wonder if she's one of them. But isn't it inappropriate for him to bring a concubine out on his wedding day? How could a kind-hearted person like the second princess find such a man? Actually, you've all guessed wrong. That girl is also a princess of the royal family. However, 10 years ago, she poisoned the second princess and was discovered by His Majesty. That was why she was burned at the stake. However, she was captured by a dragon at the critical moment. I also heard that the dragon wanted to eat her, but she escaped in the end. The person who said this was obviously an insider. Even what he said was said by the second princess in the Hall of Supreme Harmony. A cousin of mine is on duty in the palace. He told me all of this. Furthermore, according to my cousin, she should have hooked up with Wang Haotian a long time ago. Otherwise, she wouldn't have purposely appeared today to cause trouble. Moreover, after she appeared, Wang Haotian just left with her, leaving the second princess alone. Sigh, why would such a beautiful second princess meet such a person? Oh right, she said that she's no longer a member of the palace. Now, she's called Yun Chu Tian or something. Just as this person finished speaking, a person in white suddenly flashed in from outside the tea house. A hand violently strangled his neck. He was so scared that his face turned pale. When he raised his head, what he saw was a handsome face. The youth was not old, about 15 or 16 years old. His eyes were cold, and his body was enveloped in a layer of cold air. Where is the Yun Chu Tian you mentioned just now? The person pointed to the private room upstairs. They went to the Ting private room. Whoosh! The youth threw his body down. With a flash of white, he was already on the second floor. He raised his leg and kicked the door of the private room. At this moment, inside the private room, Yun Chutian's eyes were smiling, and she occasionally let out a delicate laugh. Suddenly, the door of the private room was kicked open. She turned her head in shock and instantly saw a handsome youth walk in with a livid face. You. Yun Chu Tian stood up in shock and stuttered. Big brother Nianfeng, why are you here? Yun Nianfeng's cold eyes swept over Wang Haotian. He slowly walked in front of Yun Chu Tian and forcefully embraced him. My fiancé has caused you trouble. Fiancé? Wang Haotian smiled bitterly. So this young man was the one she liked, big brother Nianfeng. Yun Chu Tian pouted. I'm not troublesome. Shut up. Yun Nianfeng glared at her angrily. He no longer had his usual gentleness. You left without saying a word. I haven't settled the score with you yet. How dare you say you're not troublesome? If I hadn't pestered my mother to ask about your whereabouts, how long would you have hidden it from me? Yun Chu Tian lowered his head and didn't dare to make a sound. He was afraid that he would be scolded if he said anything. Besides, you're already so old. Don't you know how sinister people can be? You just left with a random man? Yun Nianfeng sneered. I didn't. Yun Chutian's voice was weak. She knew that Wang Haotian couldn't beat her, which was why she dared to come to the tea house with him. It wasn't as bad as big brother Nianfeng said. Yun Nianfeng glanced at Wang Haotian. I'm here. You don't need to take care of her anymore. I'll take this girl away first. Chapter 22:45. Yun Chu Tian wanted to speak, but Yun Nianfeng picked him up by the waist and jumped out of the window. Ah! On the street, they suddenly saw a young man jumping down from the window with a young girl in his arms. The people walking on the street were almost startled. Even after they left, there were still people who were in a daze. Miss, what's wrong? Not far away, the young lady in the yellow dress stared blankly in the direction where Yun Nianfeng left. Her eyes were filled with infatuation, and she didn't return to her senses for a long time. The maidservant behind her asked nervously when she saw the young lady's expression. The young lady in the yellow dress shook her head, but her gaze never left the place where Yun Yanfeng disappeared. Her lips curled into a faint smile. "I've finally found you. Even though nearly 10 years have passed and your appearance has changed, I can still recognize you at a glance." The young lady in the yellow dress closed her eyes, her gaze filled with deep pain. She would never forget how her mother had been framed and killed. She would never forget how her mother had asked her to take revenge. However, ever since her parents were executed, that woman also disappeared. Not long ago, when she had gone on an adventure with her team deep in the mountains, she had lost her footing and accidentally knocked down a door. When she opened the door, she woke up in this world and became the daughter of the Prime Minister. Fortunately, she wasn't feeling well today. She was afraid that it would be inauspicious for the second princess wedding, so she didn't attend her brother's wedding. Otherwise, she wouldn't have found him in this vast crowd. So what if he was the son of her enemy? Ever since she saw him many years ago, she swore that she would only marry him in this life. Even if she didn't take revenge, she would become his wife. At the inn, Yun Yanfeng pushed open the door and threw Yun Shutian onto the bed. Yun Shutian curled up weakly by the bed and said pitifully, "Mother promised me not to tell you my whereabouts. You came to the Sky Emperor city alone. Do you think Mother can be at ease? If you're deceived by a wild man, you'll never be able to return." "I won't." Yun Shutian pouted, and her eyes suddenly lit up. "Brother Yanfeng, are you jealous?" "Jealous?" Yun Yanfeng's handsome face stiffened. He subconsciously turned his head and didn't look at the girl's bright eyes. "I'm just afraid that you've been deceived. Also, I just asked around. That person called Wang Haotian almost married the royal princess. How could a person who could be so casual about his marriage be anything good? Most importantly, he has a concubine." Perhaps it was because he was deeply influenced by Yun Shao that Yun Yanfeng naturally wanted to be a couple for the rest of his life. He would definitely look down on a man like Wang Haotian. "Chu Tian, you're still young. I'm afraid that you'll be deceived. When you grow up, I won't care about you anymore." "Really?" Yun Shutian got up from the bed and put his arms around Yun Yanfeng's neck. "When I grow up, will you let me marry another man?" Yun Yanfeng's heart tightened. Although he kept saying that Yun Shutian was too young and that he was afraid that she would regret it in the future, he didn't go further with her. However, if he really let this girl marry someone else, he would probably kill someone. "Big brother Yanfeng, just admit that you're jealous." Yun Shutian moved her pink lips closer to Yun Yanfeng's and smiled. "But don't worry, I'll definitely only marry you. No other man can compare to Big Brother Yanfeng." Chapter 2246. Hearing Yun Shutian's words, it would be a lie to say that he was unhappy. Yun Yanfeng's expression gradually improved as he pulled Yun Shutian to sit beside him. "Mother didn't tell me the specifics. Tell me first, how did those people bully you?" Yun Yanfeng asked gently as he stroked the girl's hair. Yun Shutian turned his head. "Actually, it all happened before I was 5 years old. Before I was 5, I lived in the cold palace with Mother. At that time, I was very interested in medical skills and even taught Ouyang Yu many medical skills. At that time, only Ouyang Yu came to the cold palace to see me, so I naturally believed her. But the day after that, she used the prescription I gave her to save many people with acute illnesses. In the end, she became the savior of everyone. She was even more afraid that I would expose her secret, so she purposely poisoned herself and framed me. Big brother Yanfeng, do you know that when I first learned medical skills, I went to find the man on the dragon throne, but he didn't believe me. He thought that a 5-year-old child like me couldn't have any medical skills. Moreover, in these 5 years, I didn't come into contact with anyone in the cold palace and didn't learn from a master. So, he trusted Ouyang Yu deeply. Later, the people said that Ouyang Yu was a goddess sent by heaven to save them and that I was a demonic woman who harmed the goddess. That man didn't even investigate and ordered people to tie me up and burn me at the stake." Yun Shutian's tone was very calm. It had been so many years, and she had almost forgotten about those things. She had her father, mother, and big brother Nyenfeng now. That was enough. Back then, it was mother and father who appeared and saved me. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have died long ago. Yun Shu Tian lowered her eyes and faintly curled the corners of her lips. Yun Nyenfeng's heart ached. He pulled Yun Shu Tian into his arms and gently rubbed her little head with his fingers. Tian, I will protect you. I will also make sure that no one who hurt you is left alive. A murderous intent flashed in Yun Nyenfeng's eyes. Although they had been well protected under Yun Luofeng and Yun Zhao's wings all these years, Yun Nyenfeng was their child after all. The bloodthirst in his bones couldn't be erased. Especially when Yun Shu Tian was almost killed. When he thought of this, a wave of anger surged from the bottom of his heart. Big brother Nyenfeng. Yun Shu Tian buried his head in Yun Nyenfeng's chest and looked up at the young man's handsome face. I'm already very satisfied now. Father and mother have always loved me as their own daughter. What happens to others has nothing to do with me. She had never treated that man as her father. She only had one father, Yun Shao. Tian, do you know something? Yun Nyenfeng's lips curled up. Mother told me this before you came. I've always remembered it. What is it? Actually, mother didn't look for you for no reason. In your previous life, you were mother's daughter. Even though she wasn't your biological daughter, mother was the first person you saw when you opened your eyes. Later on, you even lost your life for mother. She waited for you to reincarnate before she went to look for you. Yun Shu Tian was stunned. He raised his small face and blinked his eyes. So this is how the fate between me and mother came about. No wonder I like mother so much. Chapter 2247. Are you planning to go to the palace or stay here? Yun Nyenfeng smiled faintly, his eyes filled with gentleness. Brother Nyenfeng, come with me to the palace. I've subdued those people today and they don't dare to act rashly. Moreover, she also wanted to make Ouyang Yu unhappy. Okay. Yun Nyenfeng got up and draped a windbreaker over Yun Shu Tian. Her cheeks were like peach blossoms, pink and lovely. Just as the two of them were about to walk out of the inn, a figure bumped into them. Yun Nyenfeng frowned and pulled Yun Shu Tian to the side. The young lady was caught off guard and fell to the ground. Miss. The maidservants behind her were dumbfounded. They hurried forward and helped the young lady up. They asked anxiously, Miss, are you okay? I'm fine. The young lady in the yellow dress shook her head and looked at Yun Nyenfeng shyly. Young master, I'm really sorry just now. I didn't look ahead and almost bumped into you. Yun Nyenfeng frowned. For some reason, he did not have a good impression of this young lady. Be careful next time. It's fine if you bump into me, but if you accidentally hurt my Tian, I'm afraid it won't end so easily. Yun Shu Tian laughed. Brother Nyenfeng, what are you talking about? How can I be hurt so easily? You're thin and weak. She's so fat, won't she crush you? Yun Nyenfeng glanced coldly at the young lady in the yellow dress, and a trace of disgust flashed across his eyes. He had seen this kind of gaze too many times. Without thinking, he knew that this woman was definitely looking for trouble on purpose. The young lady in the yellow dress's face turned pale at Yun Nyenfeng's words. She clenched her fists tightly and forced a smile. Young master is right. Shulian will definitely not do it again. Her figure was only plump. This kind of figure was rather popular in this place. It could be seen from the young talents who stepped into the Prime Minister's residence. But in his mouth, it became fat. It's good that you know. Tian, let's go. Yun Nyenfeng pulled Yun Shutian's little hand and left without looking back. The yellow-dressed girl clenched her fists tightly and took a deep breath. Shaolin, I'll only be a vegetarian from now on. You don't have to prepare any more meat for me. Since he liked slim women, she would lose weight for him. In any case, he would eventually be her man. Also, who is the woman beside him? A cold light flashed across Ouyang Shulian's eyes as she continued asking. Miss, there was news from the imperial palace just now that the 7th princess has returned. However, the young master who was supposed to be at the wedding was abducted by the 7th princess. I also asked around at the tea house just now. That young lady is the 7th princess. Brother has been kidnapped? Wang Shulian sneered and her eyes were filled with mockery. How can such a fickle woman be anything good? He was really blind to be tossed around by this kind of woman. However, big brother abandoned 2nd princess for her, so he must be led by the nose by this fox. Yun Nianfeng was here. Then was her cousin, Yun Luofeng, also here? Unfortunately, she was no longer the little girl in China whose parents had been sentenced to death. She had now become the eldest daughter of the Prime Minister's residence. If she were to see Yun Luofeng here, he would definitely die without a burial place. Of course, if Yun Nianfeng was willing to marry her, she would let Yun Luofeng go. Chapter 2248. Recalling the past, Wang Shulian gradually returned to the Prime Minister's residence. From afar, she could hear Wang Haotian arguing with his father, Wang Yu. Father, I've said it before. I won't marry the 2nd princess again. Wang Haotian's expression was very firm, and he looked unmoved. Wang Yu angrily slapped him and said furiously, How dare you? You left the 2nd princess on the day of your wedding and embarrassed the royal family. If it wasn't for His Majesty's favor, do you think you would still have a chance to live? Moreover, Yun Tian will die sooner or later. You will only be a burden if you follow her. Wang Haotian licked the blood on the corner of his mouth. I don't care. I didn't know anything before and did whatever you said. Now, I understand that I can't blindly obey. I want to fight for my own happiness. Shut up. I'm telling you, you must marry the 2nd princess. Otherwise, His Majesty will never let you go. Wang Yu bitterly rebuked. He really didn't know what Yun Tian instilled in his son that he dared to defy his father and look down on the royal family. This situation must not happen. Father. A gentle voice came from behind. Wang Yu was startled. He turned around and saw Wang Shulian walking towards him. His tone softened. Lian, what's wrong? Father, I have something to say to my brother. Wang Shulian smiled gently, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. She looked at Wang Haotian with disdain instead of respect. She really didn't know how the original owner of this body had such a brother. The 2nd princess was such a good person, but he didn't want her. Moreover, if he married the 2nd princess, the Prime Minister's residence would also rise. Otherwise, even she would be a burden. Why are you looking for me? Wang Haotian replied unhappily. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that his sister had changed since she recovered. He remembered that Wang Shulian used to think for him everywhere. But now, she gave off a very selfish feeling. That's right, selfish. It was as if she had become a completely different person. Okay, you two have a good chat. Wang Yu didn't notice anything. He smiled and patted Wang Shulian's head before leaving. Wang Shulian smiled, Brother, I know you like the 7th princess. Wang Haotian was startled and frowned. She said that she has already forgotten her previous identity. She is now called Yun Tian, so you better not call her 7th princess. Brother, Wang Shulian laughed, I just saw 7 on the street. I saw Yun Tian, and there was a man beside her. Coincidentally, I also know that man. Suspicion flashed across Wang Haotian's eyes. How do you know Tian's fiancé? Fiancé? These 3 words fiercely gripped Wang Shulian's heart. She lowered her eyes, concealing the hatred in them. So he's actually her fiancé. It must be that evil woman, Yun Luofeng, who forced him to marry Yun Tian. He was definitely not happy about it. What could that vicious woman not do? Big brother, Wang Shulian raised her head and looked at Wang Haotian's handsome face. She smiled and asked, Do you know who that young man is? What is his identity? I don't know the specifics. I only know that he has a vicious mother. Wang Shulian's eyes were full of hatred. I met a friend before. When that friend was very young, his parents were killed. The murderer who killed them was Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng only did such a vicious thing to steal someone's property. Chapter 2249. The friend she spoke of was none other than his previous life. If it wasn't for Yun Luofeng, she wouldn't have become an orphan and been bullied for so many years. What are you talking about? Wang Haotian turned pale with fright. That youth actually had such a vicious mother. If Yun Shutian really married into his family, how could she feel good? Shuoyan, what should I do? I can't let Shutian fall into a wolf's den. Brother, Wang Shuoyan's lips curled up, secretly give this medicine to Yun Shutian. After you and her consummate, in the future, she will be your wife. Wang Haotian was stunned and frowned. That's not very good. Plus, Yun Shutian also said that she's immune to all poisons. Immune to all poisons can't be poisoned, but this medicine isn't poison. It's still very effective on her. Moreover, Wang Shuoyan didn't believe in being immune to all poisons at all. No, I have to tell Chu Tian about her future mother-in-law first. Wang Haotian frowned. He really didn't want to hurt such a beautiful girl. My brother, do you think she'll believe you? A woman in love has a negative IQ. She won't believe you. You can keep the medicine for now. I believe you'll know what's best for yourself. Wang Haotian didn't understand what Wang Shuoyan meant, but he understood that Yun Shutian wouldn't believe him. I have to try. I can't hurt her. Wang Haotian looked at the powder Wang Shuoyan handed over and didn't accept it. Instead, he quickly walked out of the door. Useless thing. Wang Shuoyan looked in the direction Wang Haotian left and sneered, since you don't have the guts, I'll help you. Her eyes flashed, and the corners of her mouth curled into a determined smile. In those years in Huaxia, she read many novels about transmigration. In those novels, the people who transmigrated were the main characters. Since she was also the main character, Yun Yanfeng must be her destined person. As for Yun Shutian, the so-called fiancé, she was just cannon fodder between them. She would have to leave sooner or later. In the inner courtyard of the palace, Yun Shutian held a pastry and crossed her legs, sitting on the mat without any posture. Her bare feet were small and cute. There was cake dust on the corner of her mouth, and she stuck out her tongue to lick it. Why isn't Brother Ninfeng back yet? She pouted her lips and muttered to herself. Miss Chu Tian. Suddenly, Wang Haotian's voice came from outside the door. Can I come in? Although that was what he said, Wang Haotian didn't wait for Yun Shutian's consent and walked in without asking. What are you doing in here? Yun Shutian stood up from the mat and asked impatiently. Wang Haotian was stunned. Wasn't everything fine just now? Why did he feel that? Yun Shutian was rejecting his approach now? This feeling made Wang Haotian a little flustered. I just came to look for you. But Brother Ninfeng doesn't like you. Yun Shutian blinked his big eyes. I don't want to be friends with someone Brother Ninfeng doesn't like. Anyway, Brother Ninfeng's feelings were the most important. Miss Chu Tian, Wang Haotian panicked even more. I'm here to tell you something. I heard that your fiancé's mother is very evil, and has done many evil deeds. I'm afraid that you'll be kept in the dark and ruin your life, so I'm here to tell you the truth. Yun Shutian was angry. A scarlet light flashed across her eyes, and she said angrily, I thought you were a good person. Even if Brother Ninfeng doesn't like you, I don't hate you. But I didn't expect you to speak ill of Mother. Get out of my palace. Chapter 2250. Miss Chu Tian. Wang Haotian didn't know what he said wrong and went forward to grab Yun Shutian's hand. Who knew that Yun Shutian's palm would directly hit his chest and immediately send him flying? Go away, I don't welcome you. Those who speak ill of Mother are not good people. Get lost. Dragons had a reverse scale. Other than Brother Ninfeng, her reverse scale was also her parents, whom she cared about. She couldn't even say a bad word. Cough, cough. Wang Haotian fell to the ground and coughed out 2 mouthfuls of blood. His face was a little pale as he painfully looked at the angry little face. Chu Tian, what happened? Suddenly, a light breeze flashed in from outside the door. Yun Nianfeng quickly walked to Yun Chutian's side and looked at the girl's red little face. He couldn't help but feel a little distressed. Tell brother, did someone bully you? His gaze swept over Wang Haotian, who was lying on the ground, and the murderous intent in his eyes was revealed bit by bit. Yun Chutian pouted and said angrily, Brother Nianfeng, get him out. I don't want to see him. Okay, I'll let him go now. Yun Nianfeng's eyes were very cold as he slowly walked toward Wang Haotian. Chu Tian has always had a good temper and never gets angry easily. You're really capable to make her angry. Yun Nianfeng sneered. Now, are you going to leave by yourself, or should I throw you out? Wang Haotian supported his body and stood up from the ground. He looked at Yun Chutian's little face in despair and finally turned to walk out the door. His hands, which were originally placed by his sides, involuntarily clenched. He took a deep breath to suppress the pain in his heart. This was the first time he liked someone. It turned out that this kind of love was so painful. Wang Haotian didn't walk for long before he saw Wang Shuolian waiting for him not far away. The moment she saw Wang Haotian, a smile appeared at the corner of Wang Shuolian's mouth. I already said that she wouldn't believe you. How is it? Do you need my medicine? Wang Haotian's body trembled and he closed his eyes. I don't want to hurt her. She already hates me very much, hating you is only temporary. When she discovers Yun Luofeng's true colors, she will only be grateful to you. At that time, you will be a loving couple. Will you still remember your past mistakes? Wang Shuolian smiled. You should know that if you don't help her today, perhaps, her whole life will be ruined. Wang Haotian was silent. After a long time, he raised his head and said, she doesn't welcome me anymore. I can't drug her either. You don't have to worry about this. I've already ordered someone to drug him. When the time comes, I'll find someone to take Yun Nianfeng away. You can go in. She didn't want Yun Chutian to take advantage of her, so she had to make Yun Nianfeng leave. Otherwise, wouldn't her man's first time be taken away by this wild woman? Regarding this matter, Wang Shuolian still had a very deep concept. In the future, Yun Nianfeng's first time had to be given to him. Similarly, he could only have her as his woman. She would never share her husband with anyone else. All right. Wang Haotian opened his eyes. I agree. As long as she won't be deceived, even if I hate her, I'm willing to do it. Just wait to marry your beautiful wife. Wang Shuolian smiled proudly. In this place, no one could beat her. It was nighttime. The moonlight was like water. Yun Chutian quietly stayed in the palace. Perhaps the people in the palace were afraid of her, so no one came to disturb her. Even the second princess didn't appear. Chapter 2251. Seventh Princess. A palace maid walked in with a plate of pastries. This is the water chestnut cake you wanted. I said, don't call me seventh princess, Yun Chutian said with dissatisfaction. Just call me Miss Yun. Yes, Miss Yun. The palace maid lowered her head and didn't move. Yun Chutian pouted and said impatiently, you can leave first. The palace maid bowed and retreated. Only Yun Nianfeng and Yun Chutian were left in the entire palace. Brother Nianfeng, there's something wrong with that palace maid. After the palace maid left, Yun Chutian's little face immediately darkened. Oh. Yun Nianfeng turned to look at the girl beside him and asked, what's the problem? I told the palace maid of the Green Mist Palace during the day not to call me seventh princess. You can only call me Miss Yun, but that palace maid obviously called me wrong. Yun Nianfeng raised his eyebrows and asked with a faint smile, maybe she forgot? No, Yun Chutian shook his head, I've lived in the palace for 5 years, and I know the rules and regulations. As a palace maid in the palace, she would never make such a low-level mistake. So, the palace maid just now is not from Qinglan Palace. Could she have been sent by my second sister? Yun Chutian had chased away the original palace maids of the Green Mist Palace. Instead, the Cold Palace found some to serve her. However, even the palace maids of the cold palace wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. Yun Nianfeng glanced at the pastries in front of Yun Shutian. There's something wrong with these pastries. Hearing this, Yun Shutian also took out a piece of pastry and put it under his nose to smell it. Aphrodisiac powder. As soon as these 3 words fell, the two's expressions changed. I originally thought that Ouyang Yu wanted to harm me, but now that I think about it, Ouyang Yu knows my abilities. It's impossible for her to harm me. Plus, it's not poison but aphrodisiac powder. Aphrodisiac powder was an aphrodisiac. Ouyang Yu had no motive to drug her at all. Wang Haotian. A name appeared in Yun Nianfeng's mind, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Yun Shutian was stunned. It can't be him. He said that he treats me like a little sister. Shutian, I'm a man. You have to believe my feelings. The way he looks at you is very different. It's like how he looks at his lover. So, he has a motive to do this, Yun Nianfeng explained very seriously. Then, what should we do? Do you want to expose him? I have a way. Yun Nianfeng smiled mysteriously. Tell me where Ouyang Yu's palace is. Oh. Yun Shutian grunted and stroked his chin. What does Brother Nianfeng want to do? Of course, it's to help him achieve his goal. Who asked Wang Haotian to spy on Shutian? Then he would make sure that he would never have the qualifications to do so. What's more, he was the one who drugged her, so he had to pay for his actions. Inside the side hall, Ouyang Yu was planning to rest. Suddenly, a figure rushed in from outside the door. With a bang, the figure hit Ouyang Yu's head. She immediately lost consciousness. Yun Nianfeng looked at the woman on the ground with some disdain. He thought for a while and picked up the blanket at the side to wrap Ouyang Yu's body. Then, he found a rope and tied it to the blanket. He used the rope to drag Ouyang Yu away. Fortunately, those patrolling people were knocked unconscious by him, so they didn't meet anyone along the way. When he arrived at Qinglan Hall, he threw Ouyang Yu inside. Chapter 2252. Brother Nianfeng, should we hide here and watch? Yun Shutian's eyes lit up like a cunning little fox. Yun Nianfeng's face darkened. Let's go outside. Wait. Seeing Yun Nianfeng stretch out his hand, a glint flashed across Yun Shutian's eyes. He smiled and took out a bottle of spiritual liquid. This is an aphrodisiac that I used to concoct with Mother's spiritual medicine, but your acacia powder is much stronger. I'll feed it to her now. After saying that, she slowly walked forward and carefully fed the spiritual liquid into Ouyang Yu's mouth. Although Ouyang Yu was unconscious, the spiritual liquid still flowed into her body. After a while, her body began to heat up, and her breathing became heavy. Brother Nianfeng, let's go. The effect of this spiritual liquid is very strong. If you stay, she'll definitely pounce on you. Yun Shutian clapped her hands and walked to Yun Nianfeng's side. She forcefully hooked his arm. You're mine. I don't want to give you to another woman. After so many years, Yun Nianfeng was already used to Yun Shutian's confession from time to time. He felt warmth in his heart, but when he thought of the spiritual liquid in Yun Shutian's hand, his face darkened again. Shouldn't you explain what's going on with that spiritual liquid? Yun Shutian blinked and asked with a confused gaze, I don't understand what you're saying. You're still pretending? Why do you have such a thing on you? This. Yun Shutian carefully looked at Yun Nianfeng. I wanted to let you drink it, but I didn't expect Ouyang Yu to benefit from it. Yun Nianfeng's face darkened. I said that when you're 18 years old, if you're still determined to marry me, I'll marry you. Wasn't he just afraid that this girl was too young and would regret it in the future? At that time, wouldn't he harm her for the rest of her life? Brother Nianfeng, I know what I want. Yun Shutian's eyes were very bright as she looked up at the handsome youth in front of her. I'm also very determined in my heart. As long as you're willing to marry me now, I'll immediately marry you. I won't regret it for the rest of my life. Are you sure? Yun Nianfeng narrowed his eyes and pulled Yun Shutian into the bushes at the side. His body pressed tightly against her. You really won't regret it? As if sensing the sudden change in the young man's aura, Yun Shutian's heart was a little flustered. Although she had prepared this medicine, she didn't have the guts to try it. Why did the current brother Nianfeng make her feel so scared, as if he had taken drugs? Brother Nianfeng, it's not too late to regret it now. Yun Nianfeng's lips curled into a smile as he looked at the girl in front of him seriously. Yun Shutian's heart trembled. She looked up at the young man's eyes and pursed her thin lips. I want to marry you. From the very beginning, she had wanted to marry him. All right, you've already confirmed it. If I don't do something, what kind of man am I? Yun Nianfeng lowered his head. I gave you a chance to regret, but you didn't cherish it. In the future, even if you regret it, I won't let you go. He pressed Yun Shutian's body tightly and fiercely kissed the delicate lips below. His kiss was so forceful that Yun Shutian's eyes were filled with tears. Ugh, she wanted to struggle, but the young man's strength was so great that she couldn't resist. This feeling made Yun Shutian panic. Her fingers clutched the soil on the ground tightly as she looked at the young man in front of her pitifully. Chapter 2207, Brother Nianfeng was such a gentle person. Why was he so violent at a time like this? Chu Tian. After a long time, Yun Nianfeng finally let go of the girl below him. In the future, I won't let you go. You can't leave even if you want to. Yun Shutian nodded. She suddenly thought of something and said pitifully, Brother Nianfeng, can you not kiss me so hard? It hurts. Yun Nianfeng then noticed the girl's red and swollen lips. A trace of guilt flashed across his eyes. Sorry, I hurt you. I'll be more careful in the future. He's here. His gaze shifted, and he hurriedly pulled Yun Shutian up from the ground and held her in his arms. Both of them looked forward. Under the moonlight, Wang Haotian's footsteps were somewhat hurried as he quickly pushed open the door of Green Mist Palace. Seeing his appearance, Yun Shutian's expression was very disappointed. It's really him. Now you already know what kind of trash the men outside are? Yun Nianfeng raised his eyebrows, implying that the men outside were all bastards, and only he was the best. After a while, moans came from inside the house. The sound pierced through the night and resounded through the clouds. It also made Yun Shutian's face turn red as he tightly pulled Yun Nianfeng's sleeve. Brother Nianfeng, should we leave for a while? No need. Yun Nianfeng smiled and thoughtfully covered Yun Shutian's ears with his hand. You won't be able to hear it this way. Indeed, without those sounds, Yun Shutian's expression became much better. She looked at Yun Nianfeng curiously and asked, Brother Nianfeng, don't you think that this sound is very, very piercing? She really did not know what words to use to describe it, so she said this. The corners of Yun Nianfeng's mouth twitched. What could he say? Was he supposed to tell Yun Shutian that he was immature when he was young and often hid under his parents' bed with the maidservant and listened to them for an entire night? If this matter was known by this girl, who knew how she would laugh at him? I automatically blocked this sound. Yun Nianfeng raised his lips and looked at the lights coming from the corridor not far away. It seems that this sound is too loud and attracted other people. That's good, it saves us trouble. Of course. Yun Shutian raised his little head proudly. Don't you know who concocted the spiritual fluid? How could Ouyang Yu withstand it? Yun Nianfeng's ear lovingly scratched Yun Shutian's little nose. When mother comes, I will tell her what you have done. You can also explain why you concocted this medicine. Huh? Yun Shutian's face was sullen. Brother Nianfeng, don't tell mother. I know I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. You really won't dare to do it again? Really? More real than pearls. Yun Shutian hurriedly nodded. This matter must not be known to mother. Otherwise, mother would punish him to memorize those boring books again. Yun Shutian suddenly came back to his senses and asked, Oh right, you just said that mother is coming? You are mother's goddaughter, her future daughter-in-law. How can she not come to support you? But Yun Shutian was a little depressed. Didn't mother promise me to take revenge myself? The promise is temporary. If she didn't promise you back then, you would definitely find an excuse not to go and find a time when no one knows about it. How can she support you then? Yun Nianfeng smiled. Mother wants everyone to know that you are her daughter and that the people in Sky Emperor City will not dare to look down on you anymore. Chapter 2253. Hearing this, Yun Shutian's mood gradually improved. Brother Nianfeng, then, don't tell mother that you kissed me just now. If mother finds out, she'll definitely hold a wedding for us immediately. At that moment, Yun Nianfeng's face darkened. Didn't you say you wanted to marry me? Are you going back on your word so soon? He bit Yun Shutian's lips again and said fiercely. I won't give you this chance. I want to marry Brother Nianfeng, but once we get married, we have to consummate our marriage. Yun Shutian's face was a little pale. They said that it will be very painful during the consummation. I'm afraid, don't be afraid. I'll be careful. As soon as Yun Nianfeng said this, he felt that something was wrong. Why did he and Yun Shutian already talk about consummation? Shoo, Yun Nianfeng sensed the approaching footsteps and whispered, they're here. The person leading was Ouyang Sun. His expression was very ugly, and his eyes were filled with coldness. He didn't believe it when he heard that Wang Haotian sneaked in. Now that he heard the sound from the room, his face darkened even more. Wang Shuolian, are you sure that Wang Haotian is in Yun Shutian's room? Ouyang Sun took a deep breath and said coldly. It would be fine if it was someone else in the room, but why did it have to be Wang Haotian? He was going to marry Ouyang Yu, but it was ruined by Yun Shutian. Now that they were together, how could the royal family save face? Your Majesty, I also heard from my brother that Yun Shutian sent him a letter at night and asked to meet him. I think my brother can only belong to the second princess, so I went to your Majesty to clarify this matter. But my brother is innocent, and I hope your Majesty can let him go. Wang Shuolian's face was filled with undisguised anxiety, but when no one saw it, the corners of her mouth curled into a smug smile. Yun Shutian, you're no longer a virgin. Let's see how you can still seduce my man. Ouyang Sun's face turned cold as he shouted sternly, guards, break the door open. 2 guards stepped forward and kicked the door open. The room was pitch black, and they could only faintly hear 2 blurry figures in front of them. Light the lamp. As Ouyang Sun's words fell, a eunuch took out a lamp from behind and placed it on the table. However, after seeing the scene in the room, everyone was stunned. Wang Haotian's eyes were filled with fear. Perhaps he didn't expect Ouyang Sun to come at this time. Just as he was about to say something to the woman under him, he suddenly found a seductive face. Startled, he hurriedly separated his body that was still joined together and quickly retreated. How could it be you? Ouyang Yu's eyes were like silk. She twisted her body and stood up from the ground. Her clothes were torn, revealing the love bites all over her body. Oh, I want more. She rushed towards Wang Haotian, as if she did not see the group of people who had rushed into the room. Wang Shuolian was also stunned. Why was the woman inside not Yun Shutian, but the second princess? I want it, give it to me. Ouyang Yu pulled Wang Haotian's sleeve and stuck her body to him. Wang Haotian was so shocked that he shook off Ouyang Yu. His face was ashen. Why are you the one in the room? Where is Lady Chutian? Just as he finished speaking, a burst of laughter suddenly came from behind. Are you looking for me? Wang Haotian hurriedly turned around and saw the young boy and girl squeezing through the crowd and squeezing in from behind. Chapter 2254. Yun Shutian crossed his arms in front of his chest and smiled as if he was watching a good show. Miss Chutian, listen to my explanation. Wang Haotian was anxious and wanted to pull Yun Shutian's hand. But before he could reach Yun Shutian, he was blocked by the young man. Get lost, don't touch Tian, with your dirty hands. Wang Haotian took a few steps back and almost fell to the ground. He looked at Yun Shutian in despair and saw the disgust in her eyes. Even before this, she didn't hate him so much. Slap. Ouyang Sun stepped forward and slapped Ouyang Yu's face. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Ouyang Yu gradually came back to her senses. At that moment, all the things that happened before floated in her mind. Yang Yu's face turned pale as she screamed, "Ah! How could this be? Why was she here? Why did she do such an immoral thing?" Yang Yu's entire body trembled. She caught a glimpse of the gloating girl beside Yun Nianfeng and suddenly pounced over. "It's you, it must be you. Did you bring me to this place and let Wang Haotian do that to me?" Yun Shutian's eyes were blank. "What are you talking about? Aren't you and Wang Haotian husband and wife? I walked to the door just now and saw you and Wang Haotian walking in. I thought you were going back to your Qinglan palace to consummate your marriage with him. I was kind enough to let you have the palace for one night, but you repaid my kindness with ingratitude. You." Yang Yu's face turned red with anger as she glared at Yun Shutian. She knew that after this night, her reputation would be ruined. All of this was Yun Shutian's doing. "Yun Shutian, I won't let you off." Yang Yu turned to look at Yang Sun. "Father, I was fine in the palace just now, but I was knocked out. I don't know what they fed me, but I became like this. So, I concluded that someone must have framed me." Her eyes were fixed on Yun Shutian, and the meaning behind her words was obvious. Who would frame her? Other than Yun Shutian, there was probably no one else. Yang Sun also thought of this and coldly looked at Yun Shutian. Perhaps Yun Shutian's method scared him so much that he didn't dare to say another word. "Brother Nianfeng, bring me the thing I asked you to find." Yun Shutian smiled and extended his hand to Yun Nianfeng. He raised his eyebrows and looked at the pale Yang Yu. "All right." Yun Nianfeng responded and took out a yellowing book and handed it to Yun Shutian. When Yang Yu saw that book, a trace of panic flashed across her eyes. Why did she hide it so well? How did this brat find it? Yun Shutian ignored Yang Yu's panicked eyes and raised his eyebrows to look at Yang Sun. "Now, I'll show you Yang Yu's true colors." "What do you mean?" Yang Sun frowned and asked coldly. "As Yang Yu's father, you should be able to recognize her notes. Take a look, are these books written by Yang Yu herself?" Yun Shutian blinked his eyes and handed the book to Yang Sun. Yang Sun was stunned and shook his head, no. He could still recognize his daughter's notes. This handwritten book wasn't written by his daughter. Then, do you remember the medicinal herbs needed to treat the plague back then? Yun Shutian casually flipped through a few pages. She didn't even look at them and flipped to the required pages. "Is it these?" Chapter 2255. Yang Sun looked at the book handed over by Yun Shutian in surprise and frowned slightly. "I remember that it's indeed these herbs." Yun Shutian smiled. She took the book back and said, "First, you said that this isn't Yang Yu's notes. Second, you said that these are the herbs used to treat illnesses. Then, can Yang Yu explain the problem with this book?" A hint of panic flashed across Yang Yu's eyes. "Imperial Father, this book was given to me by my master, but my master doesn't like others to know about it. That's why he doesn't allow me to tell anyone about him." What she said was reasonable. After all, Yang Yu was young back then. It would be very reliable if she had a master behind her. "Your master?" Yun Shutian's eyes were full of smiles. "I don't know where your master is. I'll go and invite him out. I also have a few medical questions to consult." Yang Yu suppressed the irritation in her heart and glared fiercely at Yun Shutian. No one understood Yun Shutian's medical attainments better than her. When she was young, she already had such powerful medical skills. Now that many years had passed, she had improved even more. If she found someone else, she would be easily exposed. Thinking of this, Yang Yu calmed herself down. "My master is really not someone you can see whenever you want, so you'd better not do this useless thing." "It's okay. You know my strength. The one beside me is my brother. He's stronger than me. As long as you tell me where he is, I'll immediately invite him out." Anyway, she had already made up her mind to expose Yang Yu. Yang Yu bit her lip. "No, if you do this, it will bring disaster to the entire royal family. My master is very powerful. You can't provoke him. It's okay. Even if I provoke him, it's my own business. If he gets angry, he'll be angry at us. I'll never expose you. Can you tell me now? You. Ouyang Yu was so angry that her pretty face turned red. Yun Shu Tian, do you really want to go against me? Yun Shu Tian blinked his eyes innocently. I just want to see your master. How am I going against you? If your master isn't shameful, why aren't you willing to say it? Or is it that your master's status is too low? Nonsense. Ouyang Yu's brain twitched as she said, my master is one of the two true gods of the continent, Yun Luofeng. You won't be able to see a person of this level in your entire life, and you still want to see her. Ever since she was young, Yun Shu Tian knew that Ouyang Yu couldn't be provoked. Once she was provoked, she would say anything to prove herself. But what Yun Shu Tian didn't expect was that Ouyang Yu actually claimed that her master was Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng? Ouyang Sun frowned. Yun Shao. Hua. He suddenly realized why the name Yun Shao sounded so familiar to him previously. Wasn't he one of the two true gods? Yun Shutian's father was a true god? No. This was just a coincidence. If the father that Yun Shutian recognized was really a true god, then she would have come back for revenge a long time ago. Even if she came now, she would definitely bring a group of experts with her. It was impossible for her to go alone. Therefore, it must be someone with the same name. Wang Shulian was also shocked. One of the two true deities, Yun Luofeng? How was this possible? How could she be a true god? Chapter 2256. He was bullied by her in Huaxia, and now that he came to the mainland, he was also bullied by her. What's going on with Yun Luofeng? She deliberately lowered her voice and asked the palace maid behind her. The palace maid replied, Yun Luofeng is one of the real gods in this land. He is the ruler of this world. He has been famous in this land for decades and everyone knows him. He even broke through to real god realm 15 years ago. That's right. Famous decades ago? Broke through 15 years ago? But Yun Luofeng had only been missing for 10 years in Huaxia. So, this woman they called a true god couldn't be the Yun Luofeng she knew. At this moment, Wang Shulian didn't know that Yun Luofeng had indeed come to this mainland decades ago, nor did she know that she left the mainland and returned to Huaxia 10 years ago. It was because she didn't know anything that she made such a low-level mistake. I'm dying of laughter. Yun Shutian clutched his lower abdomen and laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his back. Brother Nianfeng, this woman actually told such a lie, haha. Ouyang Yu's face paled. In fact, she regretted it the moment she said it, but there was no turning back. She could only bite the bullet and continue, what you can't do doesn't mean that I can't do it. My master already said that I'm the most talented disciple she's ever seen. People like you don't even have the right to look up to her. Yun Shutian's eyes curved into a crescent moon. Then, have you seen her? Of course I have. Even though it was on a portrait. This portrait was something that his father had painstakingly obtained in the past. His goal was to prevent himself from accidentally provoking this terrifying woman, so he had memorized her appearance in his heart. Of course, someone with Wang Shulian's identity didn't even have the right to get a portrait, so she didn't know Yun Luofeng's status in this mainland. Yun Nianfeng's expression was ugly. This was what he encountered. In places he didn't, how many people used his mother's name to act like a tyrant? Perhaps some people's actions had even ruined his mother's reputation. Your Majesty. At this moment, a guard walked in from outside the door and said a few words in Ouyang Sun's ear. Ouyang Sun's face lit up, and he suddenly burst into laughter. Yun Shutian, don't be in a hurry to find trouble with my daughter. You should worry about yourself first. Haha, my royal elder has already come out of seclusion. Tonight will be the night of your death. Really? Yun Shutian smirked and hooked Yun Nianfeng's arm. Big brother Nianfeng, these bad guys are bullying me. How do you think I should deal with them? Yun Yanfeng lovingly caressed Yun Shutian's head. Do whatever you want. Whether it's me, father or mother, we will all support you. His smile was very dazzling, and his doting expression made Wang Shuolian, who was standing to the side, feel jealous. She wanted nothing more than to tear this woman into pieces. Who asked her to snatch away the man that belonged to her? Humph. When Ouyang Sun saw the smile on Yun Shutian's face, he snorted coldly and said sternly, Go and invite a few elders here. Tell them that someone wants to attack our imperial empire. Yes, your majesty. A guard cupped his fists respectfully and retreated. Yun Shutian didn't stop him. She came to solve the problem once and for all. Since the elders of the royal family had come out of seclusion, it was time for her to take revenge. Chapter 2257. Boom! A clap of thunder rang out in the pitch-black night sky. Almost at the same time, a voice even louder than thunder came from the night sky. Who is so bold to cause trouble in my Sky Emperor city? Yun Yanfeng gently rubbed Yun Yanfeng's head and smiled. I'll settle the matters outside. You can stay here. Brother Yanfeng. Yun Shutian pouted. Didn't you say that I'll take revenge myself? I'm afraid that those people will dirty your hands. Yun Yanfeng's tone was full of pampering. His eyes were so gentle that it could drown a person. Yun Shutian looked at Yun Yanfeng's handsome face. Brother Yanfeng, why do I feel that you're more and more beautiful? You're as beautiful as father and mother. I like Brother Yanfeng the most. Yun Shutian was affected. Whether it was Yun Luofeng or Yun Shao, they were both so good-looking. Growing up in such a family, she must be very picky about appearance. As for why she liked Yun Yanfeng, it was because her brother Yanfeng was good-looking. Other than her father and mother, no one could compare to him. Yun Yanfeng's handsome face turned red. Wait here for me for a few seconds. I'll be back soon. After saying this, Yun Yanfeng left the room in a flash. Shameless. Wang Shuolian's expression changed. She really didn't expect this woman to say such disgusting words, especially to her man. Yun Yanfeng didn't leave for long. Just as he said, he walked back again after a few seconds. His handsome face didn't change. After coldly glancing at the people in front of him, he turned his gaze to Yun Shutian. They're just a group of ants. I've already dealt with them. Ouyang Sun's expression suddenly changed. He shouted sternly, Why aren't the elders here yet? He would never believe that a young man who was still wet behind the ears could defeat a few elders. Your Majesty. The guard who came to report rushed in again. This time, his body was trembling and his face was full of horror. Your Majesty, those elders are already dead. Boom! Like a bolt from the blue, Ouyang Sun was dumbfounded. Everyone in the palace turned pale and looked at Yun Yanfeng in horror. Impossible. Where did this young man come from? Why, does he have this kind of strength? Yun Yanfeng, Yun Luofeng, Yun Shao. The combination of these three names reminded Ouyang Sun of what Yun Shutian had said before, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. Did Yun Shu really acknowledge Yun Shao as his father? Wang Haotian stood up in a daze. His handsome face was pale as he looked at Yun Shutian and Yun Yanfeng. His lips trembled as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't. Young Master Yanfeng. Yun Yanfeng's fingers were gently stroking Yun Shutian's hair when a gentle voice suddenly sounded from the side. He frowned and glanced coldly at Wang Shuolian who was standing in front of him. It's you again, fatty. Wang Shuolian clenched her fists tightly. She was only slightly more than 110 kilograms. This was just plump, not fat. But Wang Yanfeng actually kept calling him fatty. Mr. Yanfeng, my name is Wang Shuolian. She took a deep breath and said. Big brother Yanfeng. Yun Shutian's two slender arms wrapped around Yun Yanfeng's neck and smiled. I've really never seen such a shameless person. You've already humiliated her like this, but she still pretends that nothing happened. No matter how thick-skinned Wang Shuolian was, her expression changed slightly after hearing this. Anger flashed in her eyes as she looked at Yun Tian. Chapter 2258. Brother Nianfeng, this woman dares to glare at me. Yun Tian pouted and complained pitifully. Humph. Don't think that she didn't know that this woman had taken a fancy to her brother Nianfeng. She wouldn't give anyone a chance. Moreover, this Wang Shuoyan was Wang Haotian's sister. Jackals of the same tribe. I didn't. Wang Shuoyan hurriedly retracted her gaze and looked wronged. Young Master Nianfeng, I've been on a diet lately. Soon, I'll be as thin as her. Moreover, her relationship with my brother was unclear. Don't you think she's dirty? A trace of coldness flashed across Yun Tian's eyes. He smiled coquettishly and walked toward Wang Shuoyan. Then, he slapped her face. Wang Shuoyan widened her eyes in shock. She was speaking the truth. This woman actually dared to hit her. I don't just want to hit you. I also want to kick you. Yun Tian kicked Yun Shuoyan's chest, causing her to fall to the ground. He raised his chin and said condescendingly, I finally know why mother likes to kick people these days, cough cough. Wang Shuoyan coughed out 2 mouthfuls of blood and turned to Yun Nianfeng with an ugly expression. Young Master Nianfeng, she's so presumptuous. Aren't you going to discipline her? Moreover, she was doing it for his own good, wasn't she? It's useless for you to find brother Nianfeng. He's willing to spoil me, so I can be willful. You scolded me just now, so I'm going to hit you. Who asked her to be the one being spoiled? Thus, she had the right to be willful. Enough. Ouyang Sun's expression had returned to normal. He shouted coldly, Yun Tian, don't forget that yours master is Yun Luofeng, one of the 2 true gods of the continent. Do you think this brat is useful just because he defeated our Sky Emperor city's elder? Once makes her master an elder, let's see if you still have the right to be arrogant. Ouyang Yu's face turned pale, and her heart trembled. However, she couldn't reveal anything at this time. Are you sure your master gave you this book? Yun Tian turned his head and sneered at Ouyang Yu. I'll give you another chance. Ouyang Yu bit her lip. Yes. She would never admit that this book was given to her by Yun Tian. However, there were still a few questions in the book that she didn't understand. That was why she kept it here until now. It was originally hidden well, but she didn't know how this brat found it. Yun Tian smiled. That smile was very charming and lively. His eyes and brows were curved and full of spirit. If your master was someone else, I would have to make a trip to bring her out. However, I'm afraid you'll be able to meet the person you're talking about very soon. Ouyang Yu's eyes widened. What did that mean? What did he mean she would be able to see him soon? While everyone was still in shock because of Yun Tian, a dragon's roar came from the sky. This roar was so earth-shattering that everyone in Heavenly Imperial City ran out. Ouyang Sun's face was pale. His eyes flashed with panic and he quickly ran out of the palace. Seeing Ouyang Sun go out, the others also ran out of the door and looked at the huge white dragon in the void in astonishment. It's him. Ouyang Sun recognized this dragon at a glance. It was the one that kidnapped Yun Tian back then. He still remembered that there was a woman in white standing on the white dragon. However, the woman's face seemed to be covered by a layer of white mist. In addition, he was busy running for his life, so he didn't notice the woman's appearance at all. The white dragon stayed in the void, and the white light on its body shrouded the entire night. Chapter 2259. Ouyang Sun was shocked. He didn't understand why the white dragon was there. Your Majesty, there are 2 people on the dragon's head. Suddenly, one of the eunuchs screamed, his voice trembling. Only then did Ouyang Sun see the 2 people clearly. The woman's white dress fluttered, and she was as beautiful as a painting. The man standing beside her was dressed in black, and he was as cold as an eagle in the night. However, when he looked at the woman beside him, there was a hint of gentleness in his eyes that was hard to detect. The 2 of them were as perfect as an immortal couple. They were so stunning that people couldn't take their eyes off them. Swoosh! While everyone was still in shock, the two of them had already leaped down from the white dragon's head and landed steadily on the ground. Yang Sun's gaze changed from the initial shock to astonishment as he stared at the beautiful woman in white. You're Miss Yun Luofeng? The person who caused an uproar in the entire mainland? Yun Shuolian's lips were trembling. She took a few steps back and shook her head. She was so shocked that she couldn't say a word. Even after 10 years, she would never forget this face. But in 10 years, many people had aged, and she had grown up. Why was this woman still as young and beautiful as she was 10 years ago? Her face didn't change at all. What was even more difficult for Yun Shuolian to accept was that this woman was only riding on a dragon. Moreover, from Yang Sun's words, she could tell that Yun Luofeng was the real god they were talking about. Not the same name? No. How could she accept this fact? Mother. Yun Shutian couldn't help but laugh when he saw Yun Luofeng. His body flashed and he rushed into Yun Luofeng's arms, raising his cute face. Mother, you're finally here. Mother? Yang Sun's face twitched. He felt as if his heart had been punched by a heavy fist, and he almost couldn't breathe. Yang Yu was even more shocked. She had never seen Yun Luofeng in person, but she had seen the portrait, and the portrait was exactly the same as the woman in front of her. But why was this powerful woman Yun Shutian's adoptive mother? Father, mother. Yun Yanfeng also walked forward with a smile on his face. His words were even harder to accept. Yun Shutian was only an adopted daughter, but this youth was Yun Luofeng and Yun Zhao's biological son. But what did they just do? He actually wanted to lay his hands on the true god's son. Are you tired of living? Mother, I have something to ask you. When did you accept a disciple? Yun Shutian pouted his tender little mouth and asked coquettishly. Yun Luofeng was startled. Did you forget that I have a disciple? I was planning to arrange the marriage between little Mo and little Bai during your wedding with Nianfeng. Did you forget about little Bai? Mother, I'm not talking about little Bai. Yun Shutian pointed at Yang Yu with his chin. Just now, this woman said that she's your disciple and that you wrote this book. In fact, she tricked me into giving it to her. Yang Yu's face had already lost all color. She really wanted to faint, but her mind was very clear, so she couldn't even faint. Yun Luofeng casually flipped open the book that Yun Shutian handed over and smiled faintly. Most of the answers in this book are correct. Only a few questions are wrong. Chapter 2260. I was only 5 years old at that time, and no one taught me. I learned medical skills by my own efforts. Yun Shutian stuck out his tongue. But I know these questions myself. Didn't I ask you later? I already know what to do now. Yun Luofeng nodded in satisfaction. I'll keep this book as a souvenir. Their conversation was nothing more than an indication of the true owner of the book. Yang Sun's face was livid. He turned around and stared at Yang Yu angrily. What the hell is going on? Didn't you say this book was given to you by your master? Your master or Miss Yun? Explain it to me now. Plop. Yang Yu was so frightened that she knelt on the ground, her body trembling. Imperial Father, your daughter knows she was wrong, please forgive me. Forgive you? How can I forgive you? Yang Sun closed his eyes in pain. If it weren't for Yang Yu, he wouldn't have treated Yun Shutian as a demoness and burned him to death. He would not have missed the chance to strike up a conversation with two true gods. Yes, the last sentence was Yang Sun's real thought. The emperor was heartless. How could he really care about his daughter? He only cared about himself. Shutian. Yang Sun looked at Yun Shutian again, and his tone softened. Back then, it was father's fault for wronging you. Now that you're back, father will treat you well. Yun Shutian smiled disdainfully. I remember that you wanted to burn me to death back then. If it wasn't for mother who saved me, I would have died a long time ago. Moreover, the people of the heavenly imperial city have been spreading rumors that Yang Yu is a goddess and that I'm a demoness who came to harm the goddess. I'm afraid that these rumors are all thanks to your imperial palace. Yang Sun's face became paler and paler. He clenched his fists tightly and felt remorseful. Goddess? Demoness? Yun Luofeng smiled faintly. Rumors stop with the wise. It seems that the people of Heavenly Imperial City are so stupid that there's no need for them to exist. However, there is one thing that is correct. There is indeed a goddess in the Heavenly Emperor City. It is just that the goddess is Chu Tian. She slowly walked towards Yang Sun. If you had treated Yun Chu Tian extremely well during those 5 years, the Heavenly Sovereign City would have risen in the future. It was you who sacrificed this opportunity. Yang Sun raised his head and looked at Yun Luofeng's calm expression. His eyes were filled with regret. Do you know why I took Chu Tian away? Yun Luofeng's lips curled up in a devilish smile. Because Chu Tian's previous life was my daughter. She died protecting me. I waited for her for 5 years before I found her in Imperial Emperor City. I never imagined that you would treat my daughter like this. Yang Sun closed his eyes. He regretted it. If he had known that Yun Chu Tian and Yun Luofeng had such a relationship, he would never have made such a mistake. Unfortunately, there were no ifs, Nianfeng. Yun Luofeng turned to Yun Nianfeng. Chu Tian will be your wife. From now on, you will protect her. Don't let anyone who harmed her in the past go. Even if you burn down the entire Sky Emperor City, you must make those foolish people pay the price. She couldn't believe it. If she had been one step late back then, would she have been separated from Yun Chu Tian again? So, how could she forgive those who had hurt her? Even if it was just those people who were making a fuss, she would not let any of them off. For example, she had dyed the imperial city with blood just to stop those people from humiliating her mother, Bai Yan. Since the rumors couldn't be stopped with gentle means, she didn't mind being cruel. Chapter 2261. Don't worry, mother. I won't let the people who hurt Chu Tian live. Murderous intent flashed in Yin Yanfeng's eyes. 10 years ago, Chu Tian was only a 5-year-old child. Could you imagine the despair this 5-year-old child felt when she was tied to a pillar and about to be burned at the stake? However, those people didn't even bother to verify it and just humiliated her so much. He would never forgive the people who hurt her. Hearing this, Yang Sun's body went limp and he collapsed to the ground. His eyes were filled with despair. He knew that everything was over. You are Yun Yanfeng's mother? Wang Haotian looked at Yun Luofeng blankly. His gaze was complicated, regretful, and angry. Of course, the anger was directed at Wang Shuolian. Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows and looked at Wang Haotian. Who are you? Mother. Hearing Yun Luofeng's question, Yun Yanfeng stood up and said, this guy wanted to give Chu Tian medicine, but we saw through him. In the end, we threw Chu Tian here to fulfill his wish. Medicine? Yun Luofeng narrowed his eyes, his murderous intent shooting out. Wang Haotian was very regretful. I was wrong. I'm willing to admit what you want to do to me. It's just that I did it for Miss Chu Tian's sake. Now that I see how much you love her, I'm relieved. Wang Haotian's lips curled into a bitter smile. His eyes swept towards Wang Shuolian. At first, she was the one who told me that you killed the parents of a friend she knew. Furthermore, you stole her friend's family's property. But now that I know your identity, I understand that you disdain stealing other people's property. The funny thing was that he was actually glad that Wang Shuolian had made such a big mistake. Yun Luofeng's gaze slowly turned towards Wang Shuolian, who was hiding behind the crowd. A cold light flashed across his eyes. What's her name? Wang Haotian replied, Wang Shuolian. Wang Shuolian? Yun Luofeng sneered. I think it's Yun Shuolian. Wang Shuolian panicked even more when she heard this. How could she recognize her, Yun Shuolian? Everyone was stunned and turned to look at the flustered Wang Shuolian. Yun Shuolian? Yun Tianqi and Li Tsui's daughter? Yun Chu Tian immediately jumped up and said angrily, I didn't expect you to come to this continent from China. How dare you slander my mother? When did my mother seize your family's property? My mother's parents in Huaxia were killed by that pair of bitches. They robbed my mother of her belongings and kicked her out of the house. Now you're making false accusations. The others didn't understand Yun Shutian's words, but they understood one thing. Yun Shuolian was not Wang Shuolian? Wang Haotian looked at Yun Shuolian in surprise. His eyes were filled with shock. I should have guessed it. My sister was such an obedient girl. How could she have changed so much? The funny thing is that I never suspected that you weren't my sister, so that's how it is. Everything makes sense now. She just didn't know if her father would be able to take it after knowing about this. That's not right, Wang Shuolian shook her head desperately. Her face was pale. The situation shouldn't be like this. I'm a transmigrator. In some stories, the transmigrator should be the main character. Since I'm the main character, I should be glamorous. Besides, in most stories, the betrothal is just a stepping stone. Why was it different when it came to her? If you hadn't been stupid and stayed in China, you might have been able to keep your life. Since you're courting death, don't blame me. Chapter 2262. Yun Nianfeng sneered and his lips curled up. Mother, Chu Tian is tired. Take Chu Tian to rest. I'll take care of things here. I don't want Chu Tian's hands to be dirty. Chu Tian was such a beautiful and cute girl. How could he bear to let her hands be stained with blood? These things should be done by him as a man. Okay. Yun Luofeng's lips curled up. It seemed that their relationship developed very quickly during this trip to Sky Emperor City. Chu Tian, let's go first. Nianfeng will come back later. Okay. Yun Chu Tian turned to look at Yun Nianfeng. Brother Nianfeng, I'll wait for you at the inn. There was no need for her to stay in this palace anymore. That night, many people in Sky Emperor City were awakened from their dreams. Especially when they heard the heart-wrenching screams coming from not far away, their hearts were filled with fear. No one knew what had happened. The next day, they found out about the massacre that happened in Sky Emperor City last night. None of those who had hurt Yun Chu Tian were left alive. Wang Shuolian also died miserably. In order to reunite Wang Shuolian's family, Wang Nianfeng sent her soul directly back to the underworld of Huaxia. When she saw Li Tsuecue and her husband suffering in the 18 levels of hell, she cried and wanted to leave. However, it wasn't so easy to leave after coming to the underworld. Because of this, Wang Shuolian hated Li Tsuecue. If it wasn't for Li Tsuecue's words, perhaps she wouldn't have made such a big mistake. It was so good to be the daughter of the Prime Minister. Why did she have to court death by provoking Yun Nianfeng and Yun Shutian? However, no matter how much she regretted it, it was too late. The 7 continents. A storyteller was narrating what happened not long ago in a tea house. The people around him were listening with relish. It said that the 7th princess of Sky Emperor Kingdom was really talented. At the age of 5, she was able to learn medicine without a teacher. Unfortunately, she was harmed by a scoundrel. Not only did the 2nd princess steal her credit, but she was also framed for poisoning the 2nd princess. This caused the 7th princess to almost be burned to death. Oh. Then how did she survive? Someone asked. The storyteller smiled. It's a long story. Just as the 7th princess was about to be burned at the stake, a godlike woman rode a divine dragon and rescued the 7th princess from the execution ground. That godlike woman was the ruler of our continent, Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng? Why did Yun Luofeng save her? I heard that Yun Luofeng's standards are very high, and there are very few people who can catch her eye. Huh, you don't know about this. The 7th princess is Yun Luofeng's daughter from his previous life. Yun Luofeng searched for her for a few years before finding her reincarnated in Sky Emperor City. Otherwise, why do you think he would save a girl he doesn't even know? The storyteller waved his fan. His eyes were filled with longing. I also heard that the 7th princess, who has changed her name to Yun Chu Tian, is childhood friends with Yun Luofeng's son. They are in love with each other and will soon get married. What a wonderful story, the crowd praised. Only Yun Luofeng's godlike son was worthy of a peerless beauty like the seventh princess. Yun Luofeng's son, young Master Ninfeng, is deeply in love with Yun Shutian. When they went to Sky Emperor City, the daughter of the Prime Minister wanted to throw herself into his arms, but she was humiliated by young Master Ninfeng. In his eyes and heart, there is only Yun Shutian. Isn't there a saying that those who are doted on are always fearless? This saying can't be more appropriate to describe Yun Shutian. The storyteller shook his head. The people around him also praised, but they didn't notice that the two people they were talking about were sitting below and listening with great interest. Hey! Yun Shutian knocked on a melon seed and turned to look at Yun Ninfeng. Brother Ninfeng, they said that only you are worthy of me. Yun Ninfeng curled his lips. Isn't that so? But I want to escape from the wedding in a few days. Yun Shutian gathered his courage and said. Yun Ninfeng's face darkened. What did you say? Brother Ninfeng, isn't there a kind of wedding in Huaxia called a wedding on a trip? I don't want to hold a wedding banquet. Let's have a wedding on a trip too. Ever since she went to Huaxia, Yun Shutian learned a lot. Although she rarely went to Huaxia now, she would occasionally miss the delicious food there, and she would beg Yun Luofeng to bring her there. As for the wedding on a trip, she only learned about it then, okay. Seeing that Yun Shutian didn't want to marry him, Yun Ninfeng's expression improved. I'll listen to you. We'll do whatever you want. Brother Ninfeng, you're so good to me. Yun Shutian leaned on Yun Ninfeng's shoulder and smiled excitedly. The storyteller just said that those who are doted on are always fearless. No matter how willful and spoiled you are, it doesn't matter too much. Anyway, I'll dote on you and I'm willing to clean up your mess. As long as you're by my side forever, that's enough. He didn't ask for much. Her company was enough. Really? Yun Shutian's eyes were very bright. Then let's go and write a divorce letter to father and mother right now and tell them that we won't be holding a wedding. Let's go and fulfill our marriage obligations. Sure. Yun Ninfeng's smile was warm. In this lifetime, he was willing to let her do as she pleased. As long as he doted on her, it was enough.